Morning, everybody, and welcome. Thank you for attending for our long day today for our AVICOM webinar. I will be hosting or emceeing the first session, but I'd first like to introduce the president of AVICOM, Michael Faber, to say a few words. But just as a reminder, just as James said, and especially to panelists, when we're presenting and we have slideshows on, if you could just mute yourself and cut your video as well, so you don't randomly show up on the recording. But also to any attendees, that if you have any questions at any point today, please put it in the chat. We will have a bit of a discussion after presentations, so we can bring those questions in and ask the panelists. But some panelists do have to leave just because today it goes on for a bit, and so people will come and go. So if you have one specific for a panelist, write in the chat. I'll take them and see if they will answer it after the fact, and we can message all the attendees after. So if we're ready to get started, Michael, would you like to say a few words?
Okay. Yeah, hello everyone. Dear participants, as the president of AVICOM, I would like to welcome you to this workshop, which promises to be exciting. It is a joint workshop of the School of Computer Science of the University of St. Andrews and AVICOM. You know, AVICOM is the International Committee for Audiovisual and Social Media of the International Council of Museums, ICOM. Both institutions, the School of Computer Science and AVICOM, are hosting AVICOM's, this year's AVICOM's conference on sustainable preservation and promotion of heritage, the virtual museum, next week. I want to thank Dr. Alan Miller and his colleague, Dr. Camilla Oles, for not only hosting this annual conference at the Venerable University of St. Andrews, but also for their engagement in organizing the conference together with AVICOM. And of course, I'm very grateful to Alan and Catherine and their colleagues and assistants for organizing this workshop, which in a way is a prelude to this annual conference. Last but not least, many thanks to James Roberts, who hosts its Zoom workshop very professional. Keyword sustainability. I suspect that not all of you are familiar with the new definition of museum that ICOM only recently has passed after many years of discussion. The fulfillment of the contents of the definition is a mandatory prerequisite for the official recognition of an institution as a museum. And it is very important that this new definition includes, for the first time, sustainability as an essential criterion for museum work. I would like to introduce you to this definition. A museum is a not-for-profit permanent institution in the service of society that researches, collects, conserves, interprets, and exhibits tangible and intangible heritage, open to the public, accessible and inclusive. Museums foster diversity and sustainability. They operate and communicate ethically, professionally, and with the participation of communities, offering varied experiences for education, enjoyment, reflection, and knowledge sharing. That's the definition. Our workshop is an innovative online panel with climate specialists, scientists, museums representatives, and other experts. We've been in exchange of experiences and proposals concerning actions addressed to sustainability and the climate change. I'm looking forward to many interesting contributions. And I want to thank everyone who will stimulate us with his contribution to this workshop. Together with you, I look forward to a very stimulating exchange. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Michael. And so with that, let us begin. I'll share my screen. I was sharing it quickly, but I didn't want Michael to be hidden. So I'm going to go for it again and see if anybody can tell me if something is not correct. So let's see. Can we see that? Yes? All right. So our first panel of speakers this morning, under the theme, which is also the name of the webinar this morning, is Museums, Virtual Reality, and Sustainability in the Climate Emergency. So we've had, if you've seen the previous timetable, we've had a not shake-up, but just moving around. So first will be Henry from Curating Tomorrow, Museums, Sustainability, and Climate Change. And then we've moved Klaus next for Project Pressure. And then Jenny will come after, and Nicola Henderson from Museums and Heritage Highlands. So if you are ready, Henry, I can stop sharing the screen and let you take over.
Okay, so hopefully you can see my screen okay, and thanks for the opportunity to be here to talk with you today. So I'm going to talk briefly about some of the kind of the wider picture of climate action in relation to museums. And the image that we see here is from a project that I was involved in at the time of COP26 in Glasgow in 2021. And here we have an exhibition at Glasgow Science Centre with a model of a very small local museum looking across to the site of COP26, which was held in the Glasgow Conference Centre on the other side of the River Clyde there. And really, I love this picture because it speaks very much to me about the need to connect local action with the big picture of the policy agendas, but also in the context of our event today, is how we work to ensure that climate action and climate dialogue is a big and a very noisy discussion that involves many voices in different parts of the world. And of course, this is something that speaks very much to the world, to the work of AVICOM. And so just to say a little bit about myself, I work as a museum consultant now. I worked in museums for a long time. And what I'm really interested in is trying to help museums understand and fulfill their roles in some of the bigger policy agendas. So I work a lot with the Sustainable Development Goals, and I write a series of open access guides on these, and there's an example shown at the bottom right there of the screen. And the reason that I do this is because the idea of leaving the future just in the hands of governments seems an incredibly optimistic and naive one. Public affairs should be something that everyone has the opportunity to take part in. It's a human right. And museums and other civic institutions that sit between society, the state, people's lives as individuals and in communities have certainly got roles to play. And so we'll look here to, so Michael spoke about the adoption of the new museum definition in Prague. And a few years ago in Kyoto, in 2019, we had the last triennial conference for ICOM, where there was a resolution on sustainability was passed. And just by coincidence, you can see the photographs here. One of them shows the adoption of the Kyoto Protocol in the late 90s. And then we look at the ICOM conference on the right-hand side. And apart from the coincidence that they're in the same building, it's to highlight the incredible passage of time between these things. It was nearly 30 years. So the museum sector has really not been moving fast enough to play its part. And so I'll give you an example of a project that we ran for COP26, really to try to get away from this very traditional model where the museum is perhaps the expert, where people have to come to the museum to take part in something. Meanwhile, the big decisions of current affairs are made elsewhere in a closed room. So we ran this competition, and it was very challenging because we developed it all online through the time of the pandemic. And it was a project called Reimagining Museums for Climate Action, headed up by Rodney Harrison at UCL and Colin Sterling now at the University of Amsterdam, working with me and with Glasgow Science Centre. And so through the very strange time of the pandemic, we still managed to launch the competition, asking people to help us reimagine the museum as an institution for climate action, to support people to take the actions that they want to take. And we produced various resources, which I'll talk about briefly, and of course the exhibition at Glasgow Science Centre. And so the thing to point out is that many of the really great ideas we received didn't really require the existence of a physical building or sometimes a collection, that many of the examples were digital, they were distributed, they were very much about community action and how the museum can really help to be a catalyst for this kind of activity. This is an example here from a team in Glasgow. Glasgow in the UK. And so there is we produced a number of resources you can access via this website called Museums for Climate Action. And one of the things we produced was a practical toolkit called Mobilising Museums for Climate Action. You can explore this online, so it translates automatically, hopefully. But then let's think, well, why would museums do something for any of the COPs for that matter, or for climate change? And this, before I go into this, is to say that this is not at all to say that museums and museums organizations and so on should all be trying to get to COP, because that is a bit of a waste of time. Museums and museums associations make their big difference in their communities. So if we look at the Paris Agreement, which comes from the Framework Convention on Climate Change, it already includes this aspect called Action for Climate Empowerment. So it's been around since 1992, over 30 years, although hardly anyone has heard of it. So it talks about these 6 basic aspects about promoting education, training of staff and other workers, promoting public awareness of climate action, public access to information, decisions made by governments and so on, public participation in decision-making and international cooperation. And so that although that framework has been around for a long time, there is a new plan which was adopted in 2021 at COP26. And this is called the Glasgow Work Programme on Action for Climate Empowerment. So any museum or museum organisation that wants to contribute very directly to the Paris Agreement, that's your opportunity. Use the Glasgow Work Programme, help it fly, help people know about it, make use of it, write it into your policies and your activities and so on. It's a really great thing. It's already agreed and it runs till 2031. So let's just please use it. And so if we think of a simple blueprint for climate action, we might think about mitigation through museums, supporting society to reduce its emissions, but also about reducing the emissions of museums themselves, because they often have huge emissions. Supporting community and local social adaptation through museums, sharing information and good experiences and so on, but also making sure that museums adapt to climate change themselves, because they're often very unprepared for climate impacts. But also not to think of climate action as living in a separate box to other social challenges. We have to make sure that when we take climate action, we're not just creating new problems. We have to make sure that we also build social justice, we promote human rights, and we promote wider sustainable development. And so I'll give you an example here of one of these, what can almost be slightly dangerous, dangerously in that they're so appealing ideas. So this is one of the policy documents that was put together by UNESCO to coincide with the Monday Occult conference the other year, addressing culture as a global public good. Now, that is the kind of phrase which is a nice, you think, oh, that sounds great, culture, a global public good, that's a great thing. But we really need to understand what these things mean. A global public good is an economic term. It means about how culture is available to everyone freely, that someone's use of it does not prevent someone else from using it, and it doesn't run down over time. And that's just not really the way that museums are set up to be, because by and large, people have to go to a particular place to see particular things. That is not accessible and available to everyone. So some thoughts in relation to AVICOM. So visitor emissions to museums are undoubtedly part of a museum's carbon footprint, and they're often the biggest bit, but museums often don't think about them. They think about the energy that they use and, the emissions from used in exhibitions and so on. The place-based focus of museums has really held them back from innovating in the way that libraries have done. So you think about how many users there are of libraries who never actually set foot in the library. And for knowledge and culture to be public goods or common goods, they need to be widely available, not just to people who can travel to a particular place. And access to information, whether that's on current affairs, on climate impacts, or the things that people can do, is really a great area for museums to develop. We need to hear about solutions and responses, not just about problems. But also ensuring people can make use of the information they receive is just as crucial. So if we think of information about flooding or local climate impacts, if people are only receiving that information at the time of those impacts, the chances are it's not that helpful. People need to know how to access and make use of information in advance of extreme events. And this is an important one. Shifts in museum practice, they have to be to help museum visiting move from being part of a high consumption lifestyle to a low consumption lifestyle. So if we think of the way the World Heritage Scheme, when it was set up in the 1970s, it wasn't really seen that it would create a kind of bucket list where high consuming people use World Heritage sites to give them a list of must-see places to see before while you can. And also we need much greater collaboration among museums. There's far too much competition, particularly in cities or in regions. Museums have to work together. And so, but we also, of course, have the great value of the place-based aspect of museums. So we need a global network with the local nodes who are the museums. And I'll end my presentation there. And I'm sorry I can't stay today. But I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have by email. So thank you for your attention.
Fantastic. Thank you, Henry. And yeah, any questions for Henry, even if he might dash off, we'll keep in the chat, or I'll look in any of the places that we're streaming. But no, that was I very resonated with the fact about accessibility, and that in person and on location is not exactly accessible, but that you're creating pathways for museums and heritage organizations to make local and global meaningful impact, and the idea of being centers for community-led climate action. And I have read the toolkit, and if you want an interesting read, the toolkit is a great read. So we'll move on next to Klaus Thyman. If you're ready, I'll hand it over to you. Yeah.
Yeah, Sure. First, I want to give a photo credit to Richard Moss, which was on Catherine Ann's presentation, the infrared from the Amazon. Richard Moss is actually one of the artists we work with. So a little bit about Project Pressure. Project Pressure is a charity that was set up in 2008 to communicate around climate change. At the time, and still there's a public disengagement. The problem is not the access to scientific communication information, but how it's communicated. And we didn't want to set out to change the world in that way, but we have been trying to become climate communicators. Because if you put on a show in a museum, how things are communicated and primarily also what is communicated is crucial. It's crucial for how we deal with this climate crisis. The title of this talk is virtual reality, et cetera, in the climate crisis. And I want to give two examples of projects, works we've done in different settings. One is a site-specific work on the UN building in New York. And another one is one that works as could work in any digital medium. But first, a little bit about myself. I have more hats than I have hair. I do a lot of different things. I work within the arts. I'm the director of Project Pressure. But crucially, I also have a science degree in environmental science. So if we go back to the science part, what we're happening now is a little bit like, well, everybody has to deal with climate change, the climate crisis, and people are asked to be communicated about. But that doesn't mean you're an expert or in any way has the granular knowledge about the subject. And that is a problem in itself, because everybody is prone to misinformation, biases, and so on and so on. So it's really like, how do you get back and get to the core of what needs to be communicated, what information is important and what is not, and then secondly, how it is communicated. If we think of music, a different example, but everybody can have an opinion about music, but most people aren't trained, but they have an opinion. It's a little bit different when we come to scientific information, because you actually do need some training to understand it. But that's just a small point I wanted to make. About Project Pressure, we are a bridge organization that makes art, science, and education. We set out in 2008, and at the time, the climate deniers were called skeptics. So when we set out to find a way to communicate around climate change, we decided that we would be very good to communicate using a subject matter that is undisputed, that this is only about the impact of climate change, is not related, is not part of the weather system, it's nothing else. And glaciers are good for that reason. They're also global. So looking at climate change, our view is that we had to have a global perspective with incorporating local stories. So that's what we've done. Glaciers exist on all continents. Some are disappearing in Oceania quite drastically. But anyway, so they only react to long-term warming trends, hence why they are a key indicator for climate change. So we chose glaciers to communicate around the climate crisis. At the time, we called it climate change. Back then, and this is in 2008, it's quite a while ago. I think there was we at least had a belief that with enough knowledge, people would change behavior. That if we, here's the jar of water, if we fill it up with knowledge till it's brim, people will make rational decisions. That totally didn't work and doesn't work. So we have to change an approach. Without going too much in about why glaciers are really important, I want to show you a film we did working with climate activists, and we created that and showed it on the It's a project we did called Voices for the Future. And it was for the opening of the UN Climate Action Summit in New York. So quite relevant, you know, it's about to open next week again in New York. More talks. I don't know what action will be done, but with this in mind, we created Voices for the Future, and Voices for the Future incorporate stories from youth climate activists from all of the 6 populated continents. Antarctica, the unpopulated continent, is represented by a collapsing iceberg. And I'll show you this film, then you can just have a little break from my voice.
Klaus, I'm not sure your video is showing.
Ah, is it not showing?
No.
Sorry. If it's not showing, maybe you guys can play it then, please.
We'll share that for you, Klaus.
Yeah. Should I stop my video?
Yes, please. Yeah. I'll just say.
Solving the climate crisis is the greatest and most complex challenge that Homo sapiens have ever faced.
Люди должны понять, что наносит вред Земле.
إذا أردنا أن نعيش على كوكب الأرض غداً، فيجب أن نتحرك اليوم.
Nous devons nous en préoccuper tout le temps, pas seulement pendant les conférences sur le climat ou le sommet des Nations Unies. Est-ce trop demander que de l'air propre et de l'eau pure?
Creo que podemos cambiar el rumbo que el mundo está tomando.
我们这代人将要接手这个星球。我想见到基于科学的政策。
Everything needs to change, and it has to start today.
So that was the project we did with the UN in 2019. And at the time, Greta was like the Instagram person that all the world leaders wanted to be seen next to. There was a lot of talk. I think there was a lot of hope that we would see action. And since then, I can say that for me personally, it's been followed by disappointment. And followed by more disappointment. And now we have a chair of the COP who's also from a petrochemical state. And I think the whole process is failing. It's utterly depressing to look at. And it's almost when you think of what needs to be done and what is being done, is that I think that what we're lacking now is the sense of urgency. Even though if you have a teenager screaming it's urgent, people go, oh, that's cute, and let's all day it's urgent, and then we declare everybody declared emergencies. So governments declare climate emergency. The vocabulary around climate change changed from climate change to climate crisis, and still the emissions are just rising. And now Greta is no longer the favorite of world leaders, because now it's Zelensky that Western world leaders want to be Instagram next to. It's not to say that nothing can be done, but it's like it does raise the question: how do we make projects that are relevant but also can talk about the urgency? And this is something that we are trying to develop at the moment, and it's incredibly difficult and very, very hard to answer. I know time is running short, so the other thing I wanted to show is that it relates to glaciers again, and it's a project we did that kind of showed the timescales in a digital format. So in Sweden, they have a mountain called Kebnekaise. It has two tops, and there's glaciers on both. And something happened that one of the tops melted and the other one became the fallen spot. We sourced archival imagery and put it together in a project that maybe I should share screen. Let's see here. There. Can you see this?
Yes, can see that.
Okay, so this is a project we did that was based on photogrammetry and so on. It explains itself a little bit through the video, so I hope you can see it here. So the Tafala Valley is near the Kebnekaise, which is the highest mountain in Sweden. So we sourced aerial photography based on military reconnaissance flight, and then put together photogrammetry, which is essentially a 3D model of the landscape. After we had the 3D model of the landscape, we created this visual journey that explains it. Now, what we have been working with some of these photogrammetry projects is create journeys that are audiovisual, so that are pre-existing journeys, but you could also put these into game engines and let people discover for themselves and kind of navigate around. And I think there's something about heritage and landscapes and capturing the landscapes before they disappear that is incredibly interesting in museum context, because museums are not only institutions, they're also archives. And I like the thing that Henry said about libraries. You know, museums are also cultural libraries in a way. They at least have that. Some of the natural history museums have that function. So, as you probably guessed, this project was not cheap to do. Creating something with a high production value takes a lot of time, and also getting the science right is also complicated. But we're proud of this film. It kind of communicates well and creates a little story and a narrative. So with that bleak message, I will sign off and say thank you very much for listening. Project Pressure website, etc. Please do get in touch if there's any projects you want to discuss, ideas, or have questions, and so on. And yeah, thank you so very much.
Super, thank you, Klaus. And not ending depressingly. It's I think visualizing is visualizing climate change and for climate action is a very emotive way to get people into dialogue, discussing what's happening, because seeing something, especially if you're familiar with and in cultural landscapes changing, then that's a little bit more has more impact than maybe someone, you know, just saying, oh, we need to do something. So I think is building on from that. Hopefully there's a bit more positives in the future. So, but very, very, very nice. I appreciate that. I liked the visualizations. So we'll move on. Next, thank you, Klaus, to Jenny, if you are ready. Oh, yes, and Klaus is leaving. So same thing, if there's any questions for him directly, we'll take them and send it to him, and then we can answer through attendee emails. Great, so I will let Jenny go ahead and pass the mic over.
Thanks so much. And thanks very much for the invitation to be part of this important discussion. And to Henry and to Klaus for really, fascinating presentations. Just great to see all those works, Klaus. So yes, I'm just really delighted to be with you. I'm Jenny Newell, and I'm the Curator for Climate Change at the Climate Solutions Centre at the Australian Museum. So first of all, I want to acknowledge that we are on the land of the Gadigal people, and the Australian Museum is very grateful for that and for the deep time, knowledge and stewardship of this beautiful country. And that's knowledge and stewardship that we try through our work and with our First Nations colleagues to help others in Australia to really get on board with and to learn from as a matter of urgency. So I'd like to acknowledge Gadigal elders, past, present and emerging, and also any other First Nations people tuning into this webinar. Thank you. So first of all, just really to give us some foundations and to also connect up to those really wonderful points that Henry was making about museums' responsibility to step up and to help advance all these important missions to really help people to understand climate change and to be advancing all those important missions that we have globally. The Australian Museum's mission specifically is to ignite wonder, inspire debate and drive change. I find this a really wonderful mission to be able to work within, and to come to work every day with this mission is wonderful. And the AM's vision includes this statement. So we commit to transform the conversation around climate change, the environment and wildlife conservation. So there's also other aspects to the vision to do with advancing understanding of First Nations culture and to advance the science work that our museum does. But it's this part around transforming the conversation that is central to the work that I and many of my colleagues in the museum are advancing. So I've been running the Climate Solutions Centre for the last 3 years, and it's a way of really helping the Australian public to understand climate change, understand the climate emergency, and this really is speaking to the action for climate empowerment piece that Henry was introducing us to, and that sense of helping people not only just understand the climate emergency, but also see a pathway for themselves to take action. So really working on climate education, awareness and empowerment, and helping people to feel informed and inspired and enough to actually, to have enough information and inspiration to be able to respond effectively to the climate crisis. So we do this in many ways. Here's just a little bit of a sampler for you. So we have obviously a website and lots of great digital resources there, including lots of information and tools that people can tap into. I'll tell you more about those in a minute. We have touring exhibitions, we have temporary exhibitions such as Spark. We have a permanent exhibition as well with some great digital interactives there, which are always very captivating for people. And the touring exhibition, which I'll tell you more about in a minute, called Future Now, goes around country towns and shopping centres and places like that. And I'd always engage with students around that exhibition, and that's always a very rewarding thing, to be able to see their reactions to these, what we're showing them about sustainability and living well in the world. And these are really important conversations for them, I guess, but also for me. So we also have lots of events, large scale and small scale events, lots of talks and discussions, and really helping to do that changing the conversation around climate change and trying to help people recognise the urgency and the ways that they can support tackling climate change. So really the challenge that I'm addressing through the Climate Solutions Centre is this, you know, we're really wanting to tackle climate change, which is the major challenge of our time, and that needs positive action across all sectors of society. So not just the people who come to museums, it's the people who don't want to think about climate change, it's the people who are, you know, the deniers, they're the people who, you know, are not really sure about it, so the climate cautious. And I do various social research projects, and I tap into social research and audience research of other academics, and I'm able to really understand much more about the values of each of these different segments of the Australian climate audience, and that's been helping me shape and, you know, design the different types of outreach that we have. So we've been able to track growing levels of concern within Australia, and that's not surprising given the amount of impacts that we're now seeing from climate change. And so along with that, we have very high levels of uncertainty. So while many people are, I think it's like 4 in 5 people are concerned about climate change, a proportion of those people are alarmed, they still aren't often doing anything about it. So they're just still, the key question is, you know, what can I do? And so it's answering that, which is a key part of my job, but it's also helping people to come to terms with some of those really difficult emotions that come with facing climate change. You know, many people are dealing with losses, you know, real severe losses because of fires and floods and severe storms and sea level rise and heat. Heat being one of the things that causes the most deaths. So we've still got, you know, these major issues to deal with. We've got disillusionment and we've got fear and a lot of anxiety, of course. We need some really positive pathways for people, and just talking about solutions is just a really powerful thing. And I've been really heartened by how people respond to hearing about solutions, whether they're technological solutions or community-based or nature-based solutions. There's a lot going on, and a lot going on locally in Australia that people can feel really proud of. It's not often reported in our media, and, you know, there's of course that usual propensity of media to focus in on disasters, and so there's an important role for us there as a museum to step in, and as a trusted source of information, we're there to tell people this is, you know, there's a lot going on and there's a lot to feel positive about. So we are helping to create these visions of potential futures, these safer, cleaner, healthier, more just and inclusive futures that we need to be reaching towards. We need to have that clear vision of what it is that we can achieve. We have what it takes to achieve this, and it's just a matter of stepping up and upscaling all those important approaches and methods and technologies and deep knowledges from deep time. So one of the things that I can see we're able to do through really highlighting these kinds of potential futures is that we're helping to address that, you know, what some people call the poverty of imagination, that sort of lack that humans seem to have of being able to really see clearly into the future without putting a lot of effort into it. So, like, you know, as a sort of a general rule, as George Marshall has highlighted in Don't Even Think About It, there's this sort of, I guess, a previously evolutionary lack of need to be able to think into the future. The evolutionary pressure was really there for focusing on the present. You know, the huge beast that was about to eat you is a much more, you know, pressing issue than what might be happening further down the track. But now we've got an evolutionary pressure to think into the future and to be able to reach into that future effectively, and to help ensure we've got a strong one that we can, you know, be resilient and survive within. So we help people reimagine, or, you know, to actually just imagine at all these positive futures, and we do that through all sorts of means. You know, we've got these ways of engaging through large events. We've got smaller events, you know, through our Sydney Science Trail. We've got things like our Coffee and Climate program, which is one of my favorites. That's one I run every month. Just as a sort of to create a safe space for people to talk about their relationship to climate crisis, what they're going through, what they would like to be able to do in terms of action, and helping them think through what their superpowers are, what brings them joy, and what work they feel needs to be done. And in that central overlapping of that Venn diagram then is how that climate Venn, that's the action they can take. Also a Q&A exercise and all sorts of fun things that help people to learn about climate solutions and to leave those little conversations with a lot of hope. Just some examples of what we're doing. So a few more examples to give you, just a couple before I finish up. The Spark exhibition is one that I designed in 2021, and it was highlighting 10 solutions for tackling climate change, and these were tech-based and community-based, sort of collective action focus, and then nature-based solutions like regenerative agriculture or cultural burning, from a First Nations point of view, caring for country. And so this exhibition was on for 3 weeks, and then we had the lockdown, and so then it was about to be just closed down. But our wonderful head of digital, Megan Lawrence, arranged for it to be captured on a virtual reality capture by Matterport, and it was then put up. It's been up on our website as a digital twin ever since, and it's got really good traffic to this exhibition from all over the world now. So that's really increased its pickup, and it's a small exhibition, so it's not too tiring to look around online. There's I'd recommend having a look yourself. If you type into Google Australian Museum Spark, then you'll see the page for the exhibition, and you'll be able to navigate through to that virtual reality exploration. And you can see there's lots of points here where you can go in and look in more closely. You can get links to an audio track to read out some of the key bits of text to you if if there's issues with access there, and you can zero in on the objects quite closely, and you can have a look at the videos. They're all embedded as well. There's another one of the videos there, so it's been very nicely placed within that capture. And you can also zero in on the text and then read that more readily, without having to sort of really get in close to the actual capture. So I think that's just one of those examples of how you can help people to see what's out there, and get them excited about the things that are within their own reach. And we featured things like Australia's first electric motorbike and electric cars and all sorts of things that people can actually start to tap into themselves. So it wasn't just big scale stuff. Similarly, with our Future Now exhibition, which is a touring exhibition, I was wanting to really highlight for people that we're creating our future now, that we have what it takes now to create the future we want, so one that's safe and healthy and thriving. And it's really all about the benefits of sustainability. And the reason I'm telling you about it is because I see this as a virtual version of the future, which is in physical form. So it's not a digital one, but it's good to think with. And so I'm just introducing it to you here briefly. There you can see we had 3 dioramas and these 3 pods. You can see them on the left there on display at the Australian Museum before they went out on their tour. And there was there still is a diorama of a town, it's a very green town, and then there's a diorama of a regenerative farm and a forest and an ocean with a seaweed farm in it, and then there's a sustainable house and garden. And this has been touring around shopping centres and around libraries and schools and places like that. So you can see just a little bit of a capture here of how green these places are, how much nature is in there, and we talk in the text around the edges about what that gives you and what it gives you to have really clean energy and clean transport and community features like community gardens and repair cafes and all those sorts of things. So it's really capturing all the benefits of these really important things for actually reducing emissions and starting to work towards more drawdown. And so we've got a very captivating way of presenting this, and it's all there. It's imagined by me, but still it's a version of the future we can have. And I was really heartened by people coming in and looking at it and just going, oh, this is great, I wish I was really small so I could live here. And one young man said, I'm going to fight for my town to be like this. And so there's this sort of wonderful positive response we get from these kinds of visionings of the way we can be living was really heartening. So you can see the level of detail was something that's really captivating people as well. So also the good thing about this kind of representation is that you don't have to have English to be able to appreciate it. You don't have to be able to read yet if you're very little, or if you're from a non-English speaking background, then you can still access it. And we have around the edges, we've got more text and diagrams there, but also QR codes, which take people to the website. And on the website for the exhibition, you can actually read the full text of the exhibition in 4 different languages. And these are the key, the main languages of use within Australia. So just some examples here of some more of that tech. You might be able to see there's a eVTOL, an electric vertical takeoff and landing vehicle there, a bit like a flying electric Uber, which is coming soon to Australia. That's already being developed and be around soon. But most things are things that actually are already around. It's not that futuristic, so it's just a matter of bringing them into our living spaces. So you can see I've used some other AV here. We've got little videos with people who are leaders in sustainability in different ways, and just what different modes of engaging with these good ways of living. Cultural burning with a family looking after country there. We were able to pick up some of the key learnings from the exhibition and create little Instagram events, and so people could ask questions, and then I'd spend an afternoon just responding to the questions. So that was great. It got a lot of engagement that way as well. So there's lots of ways that we're able to expand our reach and the value we get out of an exhibition like this through social media. So the Climate Solutions Centre's website has got just a bit about the Solutions Centre, but then also it's our main climate change pages, which is linked from there. So our main climate change pages get a lot of traffic, and it's often obviously students and members of the public, just general public, wanting to answer some of those questions they have. And our Impacts of Climate Change page is hugely popular. We get a dwell time of about 17.3 minutes on average, which is hugely high. I'm really excited by that. And we'll keep on working on embroidering this site and putting more and more content, as well as enabling more capacity for people to input their own comments and commentary and questions, and more capacity to feed into it, so it's more of a dialogue. And just the capacity to talk to others who are doing important things in their own communities that they want to share with other communities. So a quick thing to share with you is also on our website is Mount Resilience, which is a virtual town, and it was developed by the ABC, our national broadcaster, and the CSIRO, our major national science organisation, and also the Bureau of Meteorology, and Foria, who's the company who developed this web AR for us. So people can access it on their phone, and it's an AR, so you can see the town overlaid over whatever it is behind you, whether in front of you, whether it's a table or whatever, or you can just do it on the desktop. And there's lots of data in here and lots of stories, but it's all a narrative about this place. And it's a fictional place, but it helps communities to understand how to make themselves more resilient to floods, fires, and severe storms. And so there's information in there with a nice narrated soundtrack, and then there's a deep dive in different subjects, as you can see there. And it's all animated, and there's lots of exciting things going on with fires arriving and storms arriving and floods coming up, and then the ways that the community deals with that. So lots of important learnings through that one. And it's it's good fun, it's really engaging, and there's some good snippets of information from real people as well, speaking to that. So And just to finish off, just wanted to say that I'm often talking with students about ways of thinking about the future, and I thought I'd just end on a little example of just a recent presentation. I'll just take a few slides from that. I like to be able to introduce to students who are often having a really hard time with the whole climate crisis, understandably, a lot of anxiety and giving up, that sort of sense of there's no point in trying. I like to just try and instill some of that excitement and hope, and the thought that there's, with everyone working together, we can achieve a lot. And there's artists and architects and others who are working on great ideas and visioning all sorts of things, and why not think about what we can achieve. And so I just sort of say, look, there's all sorts of things that we could end up with. We need to imagine ourselves into these great futures, and some of them are already underway. So here's Liuzhou in China already being built. This is a 3D render. This is a rendering, but it is underway. This place, wonderfully green place, and here's this gorgeous vista within Singapore, where they're capturing all that solar energy and and creating these amazing places. And so then I'll often just highlight a few key points about the things that we can do to build these better futures. Whether it's strong communities. These are all things that are a bit more accessible to young people. I feel planting trees and helping out with food kitchens and things like that. And just showing them some ideas about the sorts of things that can be taken forward, because look, they're already here. You might not have known, but look at all this great stuff. And then there's all sorts of things to do with biotech, which few people know about, and we just need to get more visibility for. And then I always like to highlight the ways they might want to think about their own futures and how they might be wanting to step up. So the many different types of careers that they can step into themselves and pursue. And just to finish up, I want to just say that some of my favorite resources are flagged up here. The 2040 film I can recommend to everyone. It has a book that goes along with it as well, and that's just a wonderful future that Thyman, the director, has imagined, just using existing technologies and approaches scaled up. It's really very inspirational. My 9-year-old, when he saw that film, said, "Oh, now I have some hope." So yeah, I can recommend that one. And of course, The Future We Choose by Christiana Figueres and Tom Rivett-Carnac, and a few other little things there for you. But I'll wrap up there. I think I've spoken for long enough. Okay, thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you, Jenny. It's really exciting to see the Australian Museum investing in and acknowledging that museums can be this nexus between communities and climate action, and helping society kind of figure out what they can do and have a bit of a say as well, and demonstrate. And then also there was someone asking in the Q&A about kind of off of Klaus's presentation about visualizations. So that was a great example to show another case study in another museum, working within visualizing climate futures, potential futures, as a positive predictor, or what can we do and what it could possibly look like, and that it's cool, and that it's already here. I love that. I love it. So, and also I think, and to that person, I think it was Naveen, if you can keep hanging around, there's a few more presentations that will definitely talk about and demonstrate visualization of climate futures and climate impact. So very good. So thank you, Jenny. Thank you so much. And so we'll move to the last speaker in our group, and that is Nicola. There she is, Nicola Henderson. If you would like to go ahead. Are you sharing your screen?
I've got just a few images. Yeah, not too much of a presentation.
That's good.
That kind of working?
Yep, we can see it.
We're overrunning, so I'll try to be fairly quick. Right, thank you, Catherine, and thank you for inviting me to be part of today's session. As has been said, I am Nicola Henderson, and I work as the Heritage Specialist for Expo North Digital and as the Innovation Manager for Museums and Heritage Highland. They are two organisations that overlap in their aims to encourage museums to innovate for a more sustainable future. I work with a mix of small to medium-sized museums across the Highlands and Islands region of Scotland, a mix of organisations with many shared challenges around location, size, context, challenging buildings, And all of them put sustainability at their heart. But for a small to medium-sized museum, what does that really mean? If you do a quick Google search to look it up in the dictionary, you can get two different definitions, one around the sustainability of economic growth, being the ability to be maintained at a certain rate or level, or in relation to the pursuit of global environmental sustainability, it is the avoidance of the depletion of natural resources in order to maintain an ecological balance. But for museums, it is both these things and a lot more. It is accessibility, diversity, inclusion, economic and environmental. And tackling all of these issues are a huge challenge for many museums already working over capacity just to maintain their collections. But they are integral to who the museums are and what their goals are, educationally, commercially, and socially. And for them to truly survive and thrive, these challenges, all of them need to be met. At Expo North Digital and Museums in Heritage Highland, we work with museums to address these challenges collaboratively, believing that more of us coming together can have a greater impact. And that's involved projects like Highland Threads. There's a small image on the screen there, which was a virtual museum telling the story of Highland costume through time. It was used as a vehicle for both upskilling the sector and for demonstrating how a virtual museum can engage with diverse audiences across the globe from wherever they are. It was an example of using digital to capture and preserve heritage, offering access to more people without a need for travel. It was important for the website to be accessible, to be inclusive, for it to explore commercial opportunities through donation options, paying it forward and linking to shop items. And it was preserved these costumes for future generations. It allowed people all over the world to visit without leaving their living rooms. And as has already been mentioned today, that is one of the key contributing factors to large museums having large carbon footprints. So this is one small example of how a virtual museum can feed into the preservation of heritage and open up access. Another Highland Museum project I'd like to draw your attention to is Lines, which was an art project at Thyman Museum on North Uist. It was an interactive site-specific light installation by Pekka Nitivirta and Timo Aho. By use of sensors, the installation interacts with the rising tidal changes, activating on high tide. The work provided a visual reference of future sea level rise, and the installation explored the catastrophic impact of our relationship with nature and its long-term effects. It provoked a dialogue on the island about how the rising sea levels will affect coastal areas, its inhabitants, and land usage in the future. And it's a fantastic example of how museums can be involved in monitoring the effects of climate change and communicating the challenges to their communities as a way to inspire action. And I would strongly recommend there's a good little video online if you'd like to go and have a look and learn more about that project, which I can share in the chat afterwards. These small steps can have large impacts and are important examples of museums engaging and taking positive action to address the challenges ahead. But museums still have many of their own challenges in terms of understanding what needs to be done on both a practical level within their own organisations and in terms of working with their community to meet those challenges more broadly. And when we discuss as a group across the Highlands the actions needed, we're often met with the response like, oh, please just tell us what to do and how to do it. We're not all able to be experts in this field, and the challenges for them can feel very daunting indeed. So we've embarked on a programme to create an ambassador, a climate ambassadors activity programme. This project will upskill 3 passionate individuals in environmentally sustainable practices that are specific to our region and context. Our MHH climate ambassadors will be invited to join the Key Futures programme for a tailored 6-month period to learn about sustainability and how to support fellow museums in implementing their climate, energy and waste goals. This innovative partnership is tailored specifically for our Climate Ambassadors programme and has been designed in collaboration with MHH and Key Futures. Each ambassadors will, in parallel to the training programme, work with museums in their area, probably around 5 or 6 each, on creating action plans for short, medium and long-term goals that will improve their sustainability. The templates for doing the climate audits and action plans will become part of the MHH Digital Resource Bank, and the climate ambassadors will stay on as climate peers beyond the life of the project, supporting museums in implementing those goals, being able to answer questions on future actions and be able to feed into funding applications going forward for bigger and more challenging projects. The project will utilise digital tools to deliver the training and alongside practical tips for saving money and reducing energy and waste, we'll explore wider issues like how virtual museums and digitisation can help them meet their educational and commercial goals through a changing world, ensuring our heritage is preserved for future generations. We're just at the start of this project. It's just launching at the end of this month, and we're really excited to get going and see what the impacts could have for our sector. And while we do that, we'll continue to develop other projects like our Museum of the Highlands, which is another virtual museums project which pulled together 350 objects from 15 museums alongside almost 150 education resources in English and Gaelic for use in the classroom or at home. It's a dynamic digital learning hub using an object-based learning model at its heart to support schools and families through learning activities linked to the curriculum and critical skills development. Again, it's a focus on encouraging people to engage with important collections and stories without the impact of travelling to those individual museums. And the objects within the Museum of the Highlands themselves tell many stories, including ones that inspire new ways of living by learning from the old. And I'll just finish, as I'm sure we're all heritage professionals and passionate about objects. I'll finish on the story of this object, which is Donald Sutherland's bagpipes, which can be found at Strathnaver Museum in Sutherland on the far north coast of Scotland. These bagpipes were fashioned out of parts of an old trailblazer's wagon, which had crossed to Oregon with settlers during the previous century on the 2,170-mile trail from the Missouri River. The wood from the wagon's tongue, which is the length that attaches the cart to the horse, along with brass fittings, were used to make these pipes. And it's a great example of learning from the past to benefit our future, of inspiring people to recycle, to reuse, and to reimagine for a more positive future. And we hope that many of the other objects tell similar stories linked to how we can learn from the past to help us battle the climate change together. Yeah, I'm going to stop there just now. Thank you very much, Catherine.
Oh, that's fantastic, Nicola. And it's good that you know, an organization like Museum Heritage Highland is there to help when the museums are saying help. You know, we don't know really where to start, and can you just tell us what to do? Because the investment of time to add, you know, think about climate impacts and on your organization in the day-to-day is like, we can't add anything more. You know, how are we supposed to add more tasks upon our daily you know, agendas? So and exciting to see how the Climate Ambassadors program begins, and you know, does that then start to develop something larger and maybe creating a group of people specifically within heritage that can be those kind of ties and help for smaller museums to take very initial steps. But also, I think in this discussion as well, in this panel, I hope everybody has kind of learned from each other, because I think there's some great resources here now to tap in. And even, you know, maybe where it's designed on a larger museum scale, you know, something can be kind of deduced and pulled down to, you know, a smaller, maybe community museum or volunteer run museum that they can implement. So that's fantastic. And yeah, no, thank you, Nicola. So we have overrun a little bit, but I was just going to open it. There were some questions that we've kind of answered as the panel has been going through, but now's the time. If anybody has a question, go ahead, put it in the chat right now. But also open it up to the panelists for just a few minutes if you had any comments or questions for your fellow panelists. I know there's, I think it's just Nicola and Jenny that are here. I don't know if anybody else is, so you can comment on each other. But yeah, just open it up, because I think there is a lot of things that are very common in both challenges, but then also solutions and goals. You know, where would you like to be, and involving community and involving having museums kind of be that nexus point. So yeah, just wanted to see if there's anything you guys wanted to discuss about that.
I was really inspired learning about Jenny's projects and the visualizations of the future. I think sometimes a lot of our projects have been looking at the challenges that are coming ahead, and it's really important that we start to include those projects, those kind of hopeful visions as well, because it is a difficult time, and there is a lot of individuals coping with the kind of loss of the habitats and the environments around them and the changing, I think, especially for our island communities, the way that their lives are going through enormous change at the moment. So yeah, thank you for sharing those kind of positive visualizations, and it's something inspiring for us, I think, to think about around our fellow coastal communities who are facing great challenges right now.
Good, thanks so much. It's very kind. Thanks, Nicola. And I can't wait to hear how your Climate Ambassadors program works out. It's such an exciting model. I think that's, you know, could be a good one for other museums to think through. And yeah, I think that sort of really targeted approach often has such deep impacts. I think it sounds like it's going to be a great one.
I think we're aware within our small museums, we have a great breadth of skills, but not every museum has all the skills, because you might be completely voluntary run, one staff member, 2 or 3 staff members, one museum's really strong in digital, one's strong in conservation, and where we were lacking skills was in how to tackle the climate emergency, or how to look at reducing our waste or energy usage at the moment. And so we're hoping that this project allows them to become peers, because we have this strong peer-to-peer network that maintain within, so that there's always that those skills have been added into the network for the long term.
Fantastic. Yeah, really, really great one. Really great to hear. Fantastic. Thank you, Alan.
Great. Well, we are going to have a break between the panels. So if there aren't any more questions at the moment, we can organize them all and send them to the panelists later, and they can answer with the emails of the attendees that we have. But let's take a break then. I think and Jenny, don't worry, it was fantastic. I didn't mind you overrunning, so don't worry. If it is an extra 5-6 minutes, I don't care. I think we were going to just run it for 10 minutes. So if we're just 5 minutes over the time, James, would that be okay? And then we'll just, everybody, you know, just mute yourself and videos off, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes.
And I'm going to...
Absolutely. Yeah, that's cool. We'll come back here at 25 past.
Okay, cool. Yes, and we're going to let Jenny go because it's nighttime.
Okay, but thanks. It's been wonderful. Thank you so much for inviting me too. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, we'll see you guys in a few minutes.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
It's perfect. Maria.
I'm really excited to introduce the next set of panelists. And as Catherine mentioned, with my PhD research, which I'm doing at the University of St. Andrews, it would be really valuable if any of you would give your feedback on the questionnaire that was sent. I'm going to speak about it more in the next session. But yeah, thanks a lot if you're taking the time. Regarding the following session, I'm really excited to present 3 speakers that we have today. They're going to discuss the theme of building a just climate future. So we have Alistair Gordon-Gibson, who is going to talk about climate change as a humanitarian emergency, and he's representing both the University of St. Andrews as well as Red Cross. If I butcher anyone's names, please do feel free to correct me. The next one would be Ghost de Ilit from the University of Siena, and we have Skuli Bjorn Gunnarsson from the Gunnar Gunnarsson Institute, who is going to share more about their a project about digital action on climate change and citizen science. So Alistair, would you be okay with taking over?
Hello, Maria, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
It's my video. I don't see my video on the screen, but can you see me?
Yes, we can see you.
Sorry, I can't even see if it's in the right shape, but okay, good. Thank you for the introduction. I'll just share my screen, or you can.
Yeah, if you could share your screen, that would be great.
Okay. You got that, have you? That's okay?
Yes, we can see it.
Sorry, I normally use Teams, so I'm a bit of a Zoom novice. Yeah, good afternoon and evening, everybody, wherever you are around Europe, I think, and Australia, around the world. I've been asked to join this really just to introduce a little bit what the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement are doing on climate change. I'm an honorary lecturer at the Graduate School of University of St Andrews, and I teach on sustainable development and international development practice. That's my main focus. My academic background is in international relations, and it's to do with humanitarian access in conflict zones. You know, how does the humanitarian identity work in the varying political and security dynamics of conflict? So this switch into climate focus is a very interesting one, and there's a very marked shift within the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement in its whole operating and legal dynamic, which is it's very new with this climate change discussion, not least because, you know, for 160 years we've been operating on international humanitarian law based on effectively what's called the laws of war. You know, how can you regulate the harm to human suffering and environmental suffering damage in times of conflict? And that's through the Geneva Conventions. I won't go into that in detail. It's of interest to anybody in international relations, perhaps, but I won't go into detail there. But the interesting thing is how these laws apply, or actually don't apply, in the context of conflicts arising from transitions during climate change. I'm thinking here about potential drivers of conflict, you know, access to diminishing resources, water, livelihoods, you know, the whole health and public welfare dynamic of climate change, but also the questions of migration, which is very topical, of course, at the moment for all of us. How does existing law, international law and domestic law, how does that address equitably and fairly populations in transit? You know, we have laws, the United Nations conventions on refugee conventions have legal definition for refugees fleeing natural disaster or conflict. But what happens about transitions, populations who are forced into transitioning without, you know, beyond the reasons of actual conflict or an active natural disaster? And these are all topics being discussed at a very senior level in the relevant think tanks and departments in Geneva, with the ICRC particularly, in my case, and within the United Nations. So I just wanted to bring that dynamic up because it's something that I'm finding that students are really, really interested in as a future direction for a career path as well. Is looking at how outdated now a lot of the laws and regulations governing international human rights protection and laws, how they really need to be adapted for this new dynamic. So I wanted just to introduce the I think that on the screen, the main humanitarian platforms. You've probably come across the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, and also the United Nations Office on Climate Change. And there's the United Nations Integrated Panel of Climate Change. By the way, anyone working with the humanitarian world and the United Nations in particular have to love acronyms. You know, we live by acronyms. But I've given a web link there for the main platforms within the UN system dealing with this. And they are producing some very valuable documentation, reports, evaluations on how to move the debates forward away from the old traditional ways of dealing with emergencies to looking at preemptive action rather than reactive action. And this is on a lot of these documents. So I'm just going to leave you the web links. I won't go into any detail. The United Nations have actually passed over, or rather at least delegated some of the responsibility for global climate change discussions and negotiations to the International Red Cross.
Sorry, can we change to slideshow?
Okay, sorry, do you want me to do that? Yeah.
You can see it better. Thank you so much.
No, thank you for telling me that. I'm just going to figure out how to do that. Where do I find the slideshow part? Where's the clip for slideshow?
Slideshow in the middle of the taskbar.
I got it now. It's being hidden by the Zoom taskbar. That's the problem.
Yes.
I got it. Okay, I got it. Thank you for telling me that. Is that better?
Oh, excellent. Now, thank you.
Thank you for telling me that. I couldn't see it because for some reason the Zoom taskbar is blocking out my computer taskbar. Okay. Do you want me to go back to anything? I'll just nip back very quickly to the slide I was talking about just now. So anybody wanting to take note of those web links, this is the UN, the main UN platforms. And as I was just saying, a lot of the initiatives for developing up climate action on a global scale has been passed over to the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. Now, for those of you who don't know the movement, it's quite a complicated family. You have the ICRC I talked about just now, who is the component of the Red Cross movement dealing with the effects of conflict. And they're the monitors and guardians, if you like, of international humanitarian law and the Geneva Conventions, which tries to regulate the conduct of war. The IFRC is actually a secretariat that represents the 191 now members of the Red Cross and Red Crescent movement. So these are the national Red Cross or Red Crescent societies around the world, such as the British Red Cross or the Australian Red Cross or the Pakistan Red Crescent. They're all part of the IFRC. Now, the secretariat is in Geneva, and they've got the expertise for tying together the various discussions worldwide and coming up with a coherent strategy that all of its members and people wanting to follow the direction of the Climate Centre, that's what their job is. So given the link to Climate Centre, it was established in 2021. It was launched in 2021. So it's quite a new platform. And it's really looking at how can each national nation, national society, the country that they're working in, how can they help that country limit its environmental footprint? And also the second main strand of their work is response to climate change. What is the climate impact, and how does the world at a global level prepare for climate response? As I say, it's looking much more at it being not so much reactive, but a lot more proactive. So that's the Climate Centre. I do recommend anyone interested to look at this. There's a lot of documentation, a lot of things I think you as museum curators and other interested parties will find of interest there in that website. The ICRC, sorry, I'm just doing one more slide on the IFRC Climate Centre. These are some of the documents available in their archive already. As I say, it's relatively new since 2021, but already building up an important body of work. So do take a look at those. The IFRC has addressed this initiative by publishing a climate charter. I wonder how many of you already may be quite aware of this. Again, the web link is below. These are the 7 objectives of the charter, and it's a public commitment. It's not just limited to the movement. In fact, not at all. It's not meant to be at all. It's at the moment, just looking earlier this morning, there are 374 humanitarian organizations who have signed the climate charter. So that is a significant body now working together to carry out and help implement those 7 targets, so that the humanitarian sector, which is notoriously fractured at times, you know, there's quite a diverse a body of organizations, from emergency response right up to development actors, right up and then to what we call at the maximalist end, the human rights, the structural reforms of humanitarian human rights work. So it's trying to get a coherent focus, gathering all of those bodies together, and public bodies too, of course. As I say, do take a look. It's not limited only to the members of the movement or even to members of the humanitarian sector, but particularly interestingly, the business sector is getting quite involved with this. So this is a climate charter. I wanted just to bring that up. And then on to the International Committee of the Red Cross, who, as I say, are really looking more at the effects, the humanitarian effects on conflict, and so protection of communities affected by conflict and their responsibility to protect the rights of prisoners of war. But because climate change is seen as being a driver of conflict more and more, they are looking at how to protect and preempt these conflict drivers. So there's a transition fund, which I've just clipped the introduction to that here, and you can get the file and the concept note on the web link I've given you, to help it and other parties assisting communities who are seeing themselves needing to transition, finding themselves exposed. And here, of course, we're looking particularly at the moment at a lot of the South Pacific or Southeast Asian island nations, where climate change is already affecting them very deeply. And there's a very close partnership already with Nanyang Technical University in Singapore, with the Rajaratnam School of International Relations in Singapore as well. So there's a lot of work being done actively at the moment in Southeast Asia, which is particularly prone to the effects of climate change. I think 24% of the population in Southeast Asia are exposed to flood risk, and 62% of the population of that region are in drought-prone areas. So these are potentially really, from a humanitarian perspective, points that we're needing to pay a lot of attention to. It's important to understand that it's quite a new humanitarian dynamic. It's what we call a non-linear phenomenon. You know, it's quite a chaotic phenomenon. There are a lot of multilateral impacts, from livelihoods to health to migration. So we're needing, in the humanitarian and international relations perspective, to look at how do these discussions and debates with the international community cohere into being a coherent discussion, rather than this rather fractured, multilateral or multi-layered response. So that's what really this climate center and these climate platforms are looking at. It's really changing mindsets. A lot of it is about changing mindsets, which is what my own research is looking at. How do you change the mindsets of politicians and of the public into understanding that this is not something we can react to, it's something we have to preact and help prevent the conflict and the transitions, or at least facilitate the ease of transition. So do have a look at that. There are a number of other funding platforms. There's the IFRC Global Resilience Platform. Take a look at that. But it's really all to do with partnership and collaboration and anticipatory action. And that's working a lot with educational platforms, with schools, so that the humanitarians were looking at anticipating the problems and instructing a lot of money going in through the UN and other organizations into education. So this is really just a quick overview. I won't spend any detail on this. Anyone interested can look at those websites. I'll give this last slide here. There's an online resource, the Public Library of Science, which many of you might again be aware of. If not, do take a look. It's the web links I've given you at the bottom here. The Red Cross movement, United Nations, and a lot of academic institutions, I've mentioned a couple of them in Singapore. This is where a lot of the climate research and strategies are being gathered, as well as you'll find links through the International Federation of the Red Cross website, the climate center there, and also the ICRC weblog, Law and Policy. It's called Law and Policy. If you take a look. So that is really all I wanted to talk about. I hope I haven't taken up too much of the time. If anyone has any questions, then please, I'll be happy to hear. And I hope that was of interest to the panel, to you all. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you so much, Alistair. And thank you for all the resources. At least for me, they will be very valuable while I do my research. And it's also really great to put the emphasis on pre-acting, I think, and have initiatives that really involve the governments and wider bodies in the discussion instead of most of the pressure being put on the public. So to me, that was very interesting, and I think it's very relevant. So thank you for that. I don't see any questions in the chat, and if nobody has any questions at the moment, maybe we could move on to Ghost.
Just to say, I'll be here for another half an hour. So if anyone chat, please put things on chat. I have to go, but anyway, as I say, please, you've got my email. I'd be very happy to answer anything if I can. No problem. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And yes, we'll make sure to forward any questions that might appear to you. So I think it's safe to move to Ghost now, if you're ready.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Thank you for inviting me for this panel and for this workshop. It's really a pleasure to participate. I would like to share my screen in order to present our project. Okay. You are seeing?
Yes, I can see.
Hello, everyone. Again, I am Gözde Yıldız. I'm a conservation architect. I made my PhD in architectural and landscape heritage in Politecnico di Torino, but now I'm working at the Department of Social, Political and Cognitive Sciences of University of Siena. And now today, I would like to present our project, which is structured based on eco-museum approach, heritage valorization, and climate action with citizen science. So I would like to start with briefly how we structure our projects based on eco-museum approach and community-driven heritage projects. The concept of eco-museum, as you know, might be understood as a community-driven heritage project to valorize the local values of a significant place. Even though this conceptual movement had its origins from France, aiming to change the traditional social roles of museums, it became an international approach to valorize the heritage sites collaboratively by their local people. So we are tackling with the citizens and with the inhabitants and how they might valorize their heritage, their culture, and their sites. So despite the rich diversity of ecomuseums, there are some common particularities such as community participation, in situ conservation, and museum without walls, which are the useful indicators to benefit from the meaning of the territory as a resource towards straightening the significance of a place. So we are also tackling with the genealogy how we can reactivate the memory of a particular movement from the history, how we can learn from the past collaboratively, and so on. In Italy, the ecomuseum approach is applied in many regions and cities as a local heritage valorization strategy from the 19th onwards, and today it's very common. I would like to briefly mention about the two important networks which are very important to share methodologies and new projects in order to develop new strategies, how we can improve and increase the participation and valorization of heritage. The first network is the international one, Local Worlds Network, as you might know, which is structured in 2006, and the other one is Italian National Network, Ecomuseum Network, Mondi Locali, which is structured is a year after, so in 2007. It's important because also this movement also supports the climate action and diverse social problems, contemporary social problems. So these networks are important because the primary aim of this network is to identify and share projects and common methodologies together with useful participatory strategies. So in Italy, recently, not new, but it become very common to different kind of strategies like participatory walking or heritage walking, passeggiata, artistic performances, visual and digital representations of art to valorize the heritage, but by the citizens. So it's a friendly use approach on how citizens might learn how to preserve and how to create their heritage. So I would like to briefly mention about our case study. University of Siena, our campus, our department is located in Arezzo, in another city, which is a former lunatic asylum of Pionta in Arezzo. It is also one of the difficult heritages that requires different interpretation and valorization approaches. Because the site has negative image perceived by its inhabitants, by the local people. So it is necessary to construct and structure new narrative constructions and active participation in order to valorize and rebranding the image of the site. Why I'm mentioning this Ecomuseum manifesto in this panel? Because it's very important to also for climate action, because ecomuseums interpret and communicate the genealogy, the cultural values of heritage places, using creative, innovative tools in a diachronic and multidisciplinary way, addressing also contemporary issues such as climate change or migration and so on. By doing so, the initiative of our project becomes a climate action as well as heritage resilience, while raising awareness of citizens to diverse social issues. So citizens and participants are considered as the creators of local culture. So they are taking the social roles of museums in a way in order to curate and create their local heritage based on the values and heritage characteristics. The methodology that we use in our case study: training and research, citizen empowerment, landscape and planning, educational, social, and cultural activities with cultural heritage. So we use also heritage walking, artistic performances such as theater, dance, multimedia, and artisanal products to achieve the main development of the ecomuseum concept that required. So our area, our campus, is a marginal heritage site, as I already mentioned, with more than 25 buildings constructed following the design logic of village model of former asylums, precursors. And it has also immense greenery landscape. So this former caring place represents one of the biggest historical, therapeutical, and urban parks of Arezzo, used for therapeutic purposes for mentally ill people just before the 80s. So as we can see from the map, there are also ownership status, ownership problematics, which also creates different kind of contradictions and conflicts in order to valorize this heritage, because there are four owners, which is Health Authority of Tuscany region, Arezzo municipality, province of Arezzo, and the University of Siena. So it's a kind of also different conflicted situations that arise during the valorization process. However, the University of Siena, through our department, leads a participative urban regeneration process, as I already mentioned, through this heritage, community-driven heritage projects, aiming to valorize and interpret the existing architectural, landscape, and natural heritage, tangible and intangible values of this marginal heritage site, together with historical archive of the former psychiatric hospital, through contemporary, innovative, communicative tools. So the project itself, the image becomes an image rebranding process, and it might be considered as an eco-museum initiative, since the participation and collective interpretation are at the core of the ongoing initiatives. The importance, as we already mentioned in the previous presentations, we need to do what we can do to preserve our world. So there are different initiatives based on climate action, climate change, and recently we saw also the necessity of the different articles about volunteer recruitment, retention, visitor engagement, cultural competency, training and development, virtual volunteers or volunteers, interpretation techniques, and challenging visitor behaviors, because this is also important roles of the museums. So the main aim, sustainability and how sustaining the heritage values. Our main aim is to preserve the original objects and display them in other ways, to valorize difficult heritage and marginal heritage sites, to give voices to everybody, and to display objects at minimal cost and staff and time, with collaboration by the citizens and eco-inspired programs through exhibits, lectures, seminars, school programs, which also aim to educate the visitors and audiences. So first of all, what we have been done until now, we conducted different meeting panels with the inhabitants who are developing Pionta in the site. So we develop a participatory master plan while listening to people who are living in the site, and what are the needs of and what are their expectations from the site. So we conduct collective caring meetings through different age groups. We also analyze what is the culture, what is the memory of the site according to them, what they understood as a heritage from the site. So we also conduct co-designing urban furnitures in order to promote the sustainability in a low-cost and economical way. We meet with elderly population in order to understand their expectations, what they need, and how they want the site. We also did greenification and gardening seed bomb workshops, gardening activities as an example of applying climate positive solutions to the urban issues of both energy and habitats. So these are some examples what we did to take care for the uncared for. These are some important species which are very famous and characteristics of the heritage, and we create, engaging with Botanical Museum, we create different workshops of seed bomb activities with the students, with the inhabitants, in order to beautify and greenify the area. So these are some aspects and images in order to show our area, how the site has potential in order to valorize. There are different species which are very important in terms of biodiversity. So these are positive ecological and sustainable solutions that we are conducting with the citizen with active participation. We are seeing some pictures. New ways to display heritage values, because we are also dealing with how citizens might curate the heritage through different participative activities. So we organize different workshops, artistic workshops, together with our Design Institute of Florence. Through them, the people might be able to valorize their heritage, their cultural values in contemporary ways, as we are seeing in the pictures. These are some QR codes that might be listening podcast from the memory of the site, or they are dealing with climate change issues and how they might approach these problematic issues. We also conduct heritage walkings, passeggiata, with theater company in order to show and in order to make know people their sites, their values and their potentials, in order to, which also help to break the negative image of the site. We also conduct street art in order to valorize the heritage buildings, which might be also turn into job opportunities for the young artists of the territory. So we publish open call, through which the young artists might participate in order to realize their works. We did cultural events during the lectures with the community theaters. We also engage with primary and secondary schools in order to make them know their heritage and their values and their expectations, listening their expectations and so on. As we are seeing engagement with design students and seminars. And now I would like to conclude my presentation with a video that was created by design students. Sorry. Okay. You see the video?
Yes, it's loaded.
Okay.
Well, sorry to interrupt you there. Is there meant to be sound with your video?
Sorry?
We don't have any sound playing back on your video playing through there.
Okay, I will maybe share the link. Just.
I think if when you click on share, you select at the bottom, there's a thing about sharing computer sound.
Okay.
If you put the link in the chat box, we can share that for you.
I already put the link.
Thank you. We'll just get that loaded up today.
It's not working for me.
It's not working.
It's a URL. Oh no, it's just my. Sorry. It's fine.
It's fine. Okay.
Okay, I'll share that today.
Yes, still no sound. But I shared through the chat, maybe if you who are interested in this video, which is created by the design students, coordinated by our department and Design Institute of Florence. So this is my presentation. Thank you for listening. If you have any questions, I can respond.
Thank you so much, guys. It seemed like the project has so many streams of work. You must be quite a big team, or I assume you work with quite a few organizations.
Yes, we are in 5 actually, but we have very, how to say, engaged people into the project. So there are lots of things that we did till now.
Yeah, thank you so much. That was really fascinating, and a lot of people in the chat seemed to really have liked the project. So yeah, thank you so much. That was really great.
Thank you.
I don't see any other questions, so maybe we could move to Skuli, if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Great. Thanks for joining, and really excited to hear your presentation.
Well, thanks for inviting me to this seminar. My name is Skuli Gunnarsson, and I'm the director of the Gunnar Gunnarsson Institute in Iceland. I will share you my desktop because I will be going between frames a bit. So here we are. Yes, as I say, I'm talking to you from Iceland, and I'm going to well, actually, I can show you here where I'm sitting. I'm sitting in this beautiful building here, which is a mansion of an Icelandic writer, Gunnar Gunnarsson. And on side, we have also a visitor center for the national park and ruins of a medieval monastery. But I'm going to tell you about a new project that is just starting, which is called Digital Action on Climate Change with Heritage and Environment, or DASHE or DACHE, or however we want to pronounce it. And it's a project funded by the Interreg Northern Periphery and Arctic program. So, and it touches on, for example, the citizen science part, and I will tell you a bit about, well, that will be a focus in the case study that we have here in Iceland. I will tell you about that. But yeah, it's a part of this Northern Periphery and Arctic program, which has just started, and so we are actually working under this priority 2.2 in this program with the climate change, adaptation, and disaster risk prevention, and many angles on that we will take on in this project. It is an international project with Jamtli Museum in Sweden as a lead partner, and then we have partners from Ireland, Faroe Islands, Norway, and here in Iceland we are 2, Gunnar Gunnarsson Institute, which is a small institute here in the east of Iceland, and then this Center for Digital Humanities and Arts, which is a new center based in the University of Iceland, but it's a kind of umbrella for digital humanities and arts for many universities, well, most of the universities, cultural institutions, and in Iceland. So we are working with digital technology in this project, but also some physical elements as well. But we have also many associated partners spread over the participating countries, and some others as well, as the University of St. Andrews is in it with us as an associated partner, because they could not be a partner due to Brexit in this NPA program, new program. but we have been working closely with them in other projects. So what is this project about? Well, it's a 3-year project, so it's started this summer. Well, we will have the kickoff meeting just in a few weeks in Sweden, and then it will end in the June 2026. So we have a bit of a time to work on our topics in the project. It's a 1.5 million euro budget in total, so with 1 million approximately as a fund through the NPA channels. But we are of course seeing how we can motivate communities and engage and build up the capacity in the sparsely populated areas, which are all over the Nordic or the Arctic area. And we see how we can think better about and work with monitoring, gathering information about heritage, but also how we can do better and maybe learn from the past on how we can act and behave better for the due of the climate. And so these are the project overall objectives. We'll be working with a lot with storytelling in it, transmedia storytelling, and all kind of digital technology that we can use to record, gather information, scan, and get information about the cultural landscape, which is in a high risk. That will come better to in a few minutes. And so the main topic is maybe to show that heritage organizations can be a very important player in facing the climate change and even having some behavioral changes for our guests. And so these are the work packages. So it is in three work packages, a lot of things to do in every of it, but it's citizen science and educational tourism is in work package 1, and I will tell you a bit more about the case study that we will do under that work package here in Iceland, and then the digital solutions and climate stories, communicating the climate and cultural landscapes is in work package 2, and the cultural landscapes adaptation, resilience, and green transition is in work package 3. And for example, in the Faroe Islands, they will work also with physical case studies or physical things in the case studies too. So they will be working on restoring wetland, where in the old days they cut peat and destroyed more or less the vegetation and soil in some parts of the islands. So we can always learn from the past. That is something that is definite. But towards this case study here in Iceland, on this little map there, you can see that what we call East Iceland, and then the red part is this municipality of Fljótsdalur, which only has 100 inhabitants, but it's quite large actually in area, both down here in the valley, but also up in the highlands. So we are going to use this area here, not least because it is facing a lot of challenges because of the climate change, and it's also a small community where small things can actually turn into a very big dispute if the approach is not right. And we have a lot of heritage remains, but well, the majority of them have maybe not been documented or registered in recent years. And these are three questions that we will try to answer in the case study here. It's how we can use the citizen science and educational tourism actually to help us mapping and monitoring the cultural landscape of the valley and the highlands, and both to see the impacts of climate change and also just to gather the information for the future. So we are thinking about community engagement, crowdsourcing, gamification, and co-production methods. And then the digital heritage, when we have digitized the landscape or heritage remains, then that enables us to put them into virtual reality or augmented reality, and helps us with showing impacts also of climate change on some areas that are rich of heritage remains, for example. Then the third question is, how can small communities facilitate emergent technologies and digital solutions to approach demanding green energy projects like wind parks? And because that is also one of the challenges that we have because of the climate change, and not least here in the Arctic areas where we have a lot of land, a lot of wind, and so there's a huge pressure in Iceland and all the Nordic countries on putting up more wind turbines. And now another thing is also that for the carbon binding, people want to plant more trees. So that is there are growing challenges in that we also want to tackle a little bit in this project. So these are just examples of what we will be collecting and gathering as a content and data and producing then in our case study. We are building this project a bit on previous projects that have given us some information about how are the best ways to do things. But now to the citizen science and crowdsourcing part of this project, we will be working, for example, with the locals here, the farmers and the people from the farms, the old people that have maybe left the valley and is living in town now in elderly homes. But we want to gather place names in workshops, for example, with the locals, and a new way actually both to gather it and to communicate the place names is, of course, using 360 images, photospheres, that gives a totally new way of both for collecting, because people understand much better the landscape and they can point out the exact place of where the name of this little pond or this ridge is in the landscape that they are familiar with. It's much harder for them to understand and point at the exact place in an aerial photograph. That is from our experience. So that will be one of the things that we will do. And by having more names on our landscape or cultural landscape, it gives us a better feeling for it. And of course, it's an archive for the future. Another thing that we want to work with the locals and also with the tourists in is having 3D scans and photographs of remains in the landscape here all around us. And with our phones, we can actually nowadays, we can capture quite accurate material in that. So I was showing you there a video of a small shelter for shepherds from the 19th century that is up here in the Highlands. There's a lot of cairns in Iceland, these old road marks that we had. It is on the image here. And by doing a 3D scanning of that, or just the whole building, or ruins of a building, we can do with our phones. We can make 3D models just in few minutes that then can be put into even game engines if we have the whole landscape scanned and available as a model. So there are so many options nowadays that you have for this with your phone. But just here in the end, coming to this double danger to heritage landscape that we will also take a little bit on in this project with this growing demand for the green energy transition and carbon binding. I mean, we have, of course, here in Iceland, there is a very much of the Arctic vegetation. So we have erosion in many places, and we are already facing huge landslides due to the climate change here, where the permafrost is leaving the ground in higher altitude, and then the whole side of a hill or a mountain can just collapse and just erase all the heritage landscape that has been there for some centuries at least, and even some thousands of years. But then also we are facing that we are going to change the landscape a lot in the future for the green energy transition. And so there is a lot of plans, and even here in this small community, we have few plans, plans of building huge wind turbine parks up here in the Highlands or here on the edges of the valley, which will, of course, change the landscape a lot. We are also facing, we have already in some areas here in the valley, as you can see, we have reforestation with actually imported species of trees that have already changed our heritage landscape by covering the hills that for some centuries have been without any trees, with new trees and actually foreign species. So it's also a question of the natural diversity. So there is a big reason for doing a project on gathering all this information about the heritage landscape before it might, some parts of it will definitely disappear under the forest, the new forest. But then up in the Highlands, we will probably also see huge wind turbines up to 250 meter high being put into a landscape like this. This is a photosphere taken just a few days ago by the edge of the Vatnajökull glacier, which is the largest glacier there here in Europe. It's and covers about 10% of Iceland, but is of course retreating as the others, and it's on the UNESCO's heritage list, and there's also a Ramsar wetland area there that we need to protect. But we are facing all kinds of different challenges in this. So how can we build a just climate future? That's a good question, but hopefully our project will help us in gathering enough information for the future about our cultural landscapes and give us some tools for working with this, working with these challenges. So, but I will end it here, and please, if you have some questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Scully. That was really great. And I think I really enjoy the part about involving communities in the monitoring and creating solutions for climate change. I think that's generally quite an overlooked aspect when governments or other organizations try to create policies and solutions. And yeah, Iceland looks really beautiful. You're very lucky to live there. So yeah, thank you so much. I think, not sure, Alan, if you'd like to take a couple of minutes for a break before we jump into the next session. I'm not sure if there's no questions at the moment.
People can then just.
Well, we can see if there are good questions. I think we can take 10 minutes for a break. Thank you, Scully. That was really fascinating, and hopefully we'll be able to hear more about the project in the future.
You will, definitely. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're good to meet here maybe at 35 past again.
Yeah.
Is that okay? Cool. All right, thank you, everyone. See you soon.
So I'd just like to welcome everybody back for this, the third session of our workshop on climate change, of virtual museums, climate change, and virtual museums and sustainability in the period of climate change, in the climate emergency. And this is going to be focused on energy, climate, and exhibitions. And I'm very pleased to be able to welcome Michael Faber, President of AVICOM, who's going to talk to us about some of his experience in relation, I think, to eco and open air museums, and Maria Andre, who is going to have more of a technology focus on virtual reality and how that can be used to enable people to imagine climate futures. And also Julia Gregani from the museum, the Timespan Museum in the northeast of Scotland, who is going to, I think, talk to us about some of her experiences in exhibiting in relation to climate change. Timespan is a progressive museum which tackles many social issues, and also is not frightened to experiment and explore different ways of using technology and different ways of using art in its programs, and it's really very good, I think, at connecting with its community, very strong community museum. So we're very pleased to have them here. And we're hoping also to be joined for a talk on the Verdant works in Dundee by Dundee Heritage Trust. So I think that the first, and we'll take questions, at the end of the session, I think. But if you want to interrupt, I guess you could do that as well. But so if each of the speakers could keep to between 10 and 15 minutes, that would be super. And I think if we start with Michael and then Maria and then Beulah, that would work. If you'd be happy with that. So in which case I will just hand over to, just one reminder, there is an activity that's part of this workshop, and we'd really appreciate it if you were able to have a look at the questionnaire. We have a bit of a questionnaire and a bit of a survey. There have been lots of surveys about climate change, but this one is about museums, climate change, and technology. So if you could take 10 minutes to fill that out, it's online, you just have to follow the link, then that would be much appreciated. And then we'd be able to report back on that in the AVICOM conference, which is, as been said, the AVICOM conference is taking place next Friday and Saturday. And that will be available online for you to join as well. And there's lots of fascinating talks in that. And that is on virtual museums in a period of virtual museums and sustainability. It's about virtual museums. And so a bit broader topic, but nonetheless absolutely relevant to what we've been talking about today. So with those words, I'll hand over to Michael.
Okay. Can our host open my PowerPoint presentation, or shall I do it? There is the presentation. Perfect. Yes, dear colleagues, I want to talk a little bit about open air museums and their contribution to creating awareness for environmental and climate protection. We had the chance to see another examples presented by the University by the college from the University of Siena. Okay, let's start with the next slides. Next slide, please. As you may know, I worked for more than 3 decades in a large German open-air museum. It's the Museum of the Highland, located in the area of Bonn and Cologne, whose main task is to document and communicate former rural living and economic conditions and situations. When this open-air museum was founded in 1958, not only the region to be represented, namely the Highland, was undergoing a profound phase of upheaval. After decades of standstill, agricultural production conditions were now changing rapidly, and with them, the living conditions of people in the countryside. It was no different when the first open-air museums were founded towards the end of the 19th century. Here, it was a transition from agrarian societies to industrialized states. Next slide, please. The founding of open-air museums at that time, like my museum in 1958, was linked to the goal of preserving exemplary, ideal, typical objectifications of traditional ways of life and economy, such as the associated buildings. You can see here some buildings in my museum. Next slide, please. Furnishings and tools. Next slide. But also working techniques. Next slide. Manual skills and methods of domestic economy from extinction. The aim was to save all this for posterity. In earlier times, living in the countryside meant an even greater dependence on nature and climate. It was an interplay of being at the mercy of and using natural resources and climatic influences. Consequently, open-air museums are holistically designed to incorporate the area as a natural environment. Next slide, please. That's in my open-air museum. We also cultivate and manage old varieties of grain in the fields, display old useful and ornamental plants in home gardens, and harvest fruit in the meadow orchards. Next, please. Old, partly rebred breeds of animals graze on pastures and are kept in stables. Next, please. And the museum's forest, reforested with formerly typical regional species diversity, is also used for the extraction of oak-lye for certain extensive field cultivation, for the forest drift of livestock. Thus, especially in open-air museums, there are manifold approaches to communicating man's interaction with nature and the climate, as well as the influence of nature and climate on man and his living conditions. However, this communication only makes sense if a comparison of the past with the present, with a prognostic outlook into the future, is aimed at. If this is consistently implemented, open-air museums can contribute in a special way to behavioral changes that have a lasting positive impact on our natural resources and climate change. I want to present only a few examples of mediation. For example, next slide, please. The use of wood and devastation of the forest. Not only the extensive use of forests for cattle grazing and agricultural cultivation, next slide, please, but also for the production of charcoal led to a devastation of rainish forests until the end of the 19th century. Incredible amounts of wood were also needed for house construction, the manufacture of furniture and equipment, and last but not least, for the operation of fireplaces. For building houses, people used the materials that the nearby nature provided. Wooden beams, wickerwork, and a mixture of clay and straw were used to fill the walls between the load-bearing half-timbered structures. Roofs were covered with straw or tiles. Another example is indoor climate. These timber-framed buildings made of wood and clay had a relatively good indoor climate due to their bracing properties and insulation against cold and excessive heat from outside. Next slide, please. Some farmsteads were constructed in such a way that people and livestock lived under one roof in a residential community. The heat given off by the cattle could be used for living if the ventilation was good enough to compensate for the moisture that was also given off. Next slide, please. For economic reasons alone, often only the main living room of the inhabitants was heated, usually the kitchen room. If it was too cold in bed, a so-called bedpan with hot water helped. Another example is recycling. When a building was demolished, no hazardous waste or contaminated materials were produced. Much of the material could be reused, such as wood for a new building. Even the clay was soaked and reused after being knocked out of the wall. Damaged roof tiles were used to build paths. Old furniture was converted into a rabbit hutch, for example. Next slides, please. It was the same with clothing. Much of the fabric was homemade from flax, from wool. They spun, wove, crocheted, and knitted. Younger children wore the discarded clothes of older siblings. Pieces of clothing were inherited and carried on, mended again and again. And when the best will in the world would not take them any further, clothes became towels and cleaning rags, means of transport and curtains. In all this, it must be remembered that the provision of furniture, household goods, and clothing was mandatory. Today, we need large haulage trucks for our thousands of household goods. In the past, a perhaps 3-meter long open farm wagon was sufficient to move household goods to a new house. Another example, self-sufficiency. Next slide, please. Butter from Ireland, grapes from Turkey, wine from South Africa. Our rural ancestors did not know all that. The rural population lived on self-sufficiency with food from their own cultivation and production, from local or at least regional production. Some things had to be bought, but many things were also exchanged among themselves. Stockpiling for the winter was necessary. It was necessary to boil down and pickle. This was natural preservation. Next slide, please. As much as possible was used from the farm animals. Whole animal use, from nose to tail, applied. Oxen pulled carts, wagons, and ploughs. Cows provided milk before they were slaughtered. Boiled bones could still be used to make a tasty stew. The next example, waste. Next slide, please. Waste was composed and used as fertilizer in the garden. Disposable packaging materials did not exist. Plastics had not yet been invented. Almost everything that was needed for daily life could be consumed or used for another purpose after use. But there was also waste that could become an environmental burden. Next slide, please. Slurry and faces, tannins, and used washing water could contaminate flowing waters and ponds, and possibly drinking water. The recurring cholera epidemics in the 19th century were not least due to polluted drinking water. The interplay between humans and their environment, their mutual influence, are an integral part of education in open-air museums, not only in the form of corresponding information boards and also exhibitions, but also through interactive museum educational offers. Factual knowledge is conveyed in such project offers through hands-on. Next slide, please. Children, school children, adults learn to grind grain and bake bread from it, to make sausage, to cook teas from plants, or to weave a basket. Next slide, please. Architecture students can learn how to make a half-timbered wall out of clay. But practical involvement is always accompanied by the question, what was better in the past than today? What was worse? In addition to their informative and educational engagement with the topic of man and the environment in the past and present, which has increased considerably in open-air museums in recent decades, many open-air museums are also make a very concrete contribution to sustainability. The often large areas of open-air museum grounds are cultivated traditionally, for example, organically, according to today's classification, without the use of pesticides and chemical fertilizers. As a result, these areas have developed into reserves for many animal and plant species. Next slide, please. In many open-air museums, the establishment, preservation of old species of useful plants plays a major role, as does the establishment of wild plants, which sometimes made farming difficult at the time. In the case of such open-air museum measures, we speak of the creation of so-called biogenetic reserves. Next slide, please. Open-air museums also set themselves the task of preserving old and endangered breeds of domestic animals. My open-air museum, for example, started back in the 1980s with the breeding of breed of cattle that had long been extinct, and also with the rebreeding of an old breed of pigs. Dear participants, I fixed my examples entirely on the museum's mediation of the complex of themes of mankind, environment, sustainability. I emphasize once again that this mediation must aim at a critical comparison between yesterday and today. Not everything was better in the past. I've already mentioned the rigorous exploitation of natural resources in the past, as well as the environmental pollution caused by pollutants. Next slide, please. Open-air museums primarily rely on personal mediation and practical participation of guests in the projects. At best, virtual reality plays a subordinate role, and I'm not yet aware of any convincing examples that address the subject of nature, the environment, and the climate change. However, the use of virtual reality would be conceivable to contrast museum presentation and historical reality, and thus also to clarify genuine open-air museum problems. This problem is the holistic representation of past living conditions in the open-air museums tends to convey an ideal. Next slide, please. Virtual reality could be used, for example, to compare the appearance of museum farms, buildings, and museum nature with historical illustrations. Illustrations, for example, of reality, as I tried to do in these slides in my PowerPoint presentation. You see the farmstead in the origin place on the left side, and on the right side, you see the same farmstead reconstructed in the open-air museum. Another topic would be how open-air museums can contribute infrastructurally to the struggle for sustainability and climate improvement, and what they are already realizing in this respect. It is about the self-generation of energy and the reduction of energy consumption, about alternative heating methods and lighting techniques, about the use of own yields from agriculture and horticulture for food preparation in the museum restaurant, about the avoidance of non-recyclable disposable cutlery at events, about the reduction of photocopies and environmentally unfriendly office material, the reduction and separation of waste, but also about museum participation in concepts to promote the use of public transport to visit the museum. Open-air museums are often located out in the countryside. We want many people to be able to come to these museums, even if they don't have a car, and to contribute to environmental friendliness by using public transport. Next slide. Thank you so much for your listening. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Michael. That was very interesting, and it was really nice to see all the different shots of the of your open museum and the reflections on how virtual reality can be used in this context. I think that unless there are at this point specific questions, I think we can move on to the next and take questions at the end. Although if there is a direct question at this point, that would be okay, because I think the tech people are in the process of inviting Sophie Hind. Oh yeah, we're there. Okay, so we have the two Sophies. That's great. From the join us from the Verdant Works. They've been in the attendance list, so it's really nice to see you here. But next, I think that if we ask Maria Andre, who will you have seen from before? She was very kindly comparing the last session, and now is going to talk about some of the work that she's been doing in North US. We were also going to have Jess Woods talking to us about some of the sort of well-being and climate change, but unfortunately they'd be hit with the electricity problems. But maybe we'll get a recording of that and circulate it to people to have a look at later. But anyway, Maria, thank you very much for coming here, for preparing this talk, and very much looking forward to hearing what you've got to say.
Thank you, Alan. I'm just quickly going to share my screen. Please let me know if you can see it.
I can see it.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. I'm a PhD researcher at the University of St. Andrews, and I'm looking into how digital technologies can help us monitor and communicate the impact of climate change with a focus on what role virtual reality can play in this issue. Through my research, I discovered quite a big challenge in climate communication and in instigating climate action. And this is a phenomenon called psychological distance from climate change. So it's been said quite a few times in all sessions so far that it's not really enough to throw information at the public that doesn't really motivate behavior. But what's more, a lot of climate information is still perceived as abstract. So abstract information does not lead to action. It makes people think, but because climate change is relating to hypothetical scenarios that are placed in the future, and sometimes it regards really slow processes like sea level rise that can't be concretely assimilated, this leads to feeling psychological distance from these phenomena, and therefore people aren't as motivated to change their behavior. When I was trying to look at different initiatives that tried to address the psychological distance, it became quite clear that immersive learning could be a really great tool to reduce this psychological distance and to help people assimilate information in a much more concrete way, because experiential learning helps people really grasp complex phenomena, and it's actually been shown that it can help people understand processes across long distances of time, which is very relevant to the climate discussion. Yet, there's still quite a limited number of such projects, and a lot of researchers are putting the message out there that this area needs a lot more attention. So in terms of applying experiential learning to the impact of climate change, my team and I are building virtual reality simulations that visualize how key areas are going to be affected by climate change. And I want to integrate these visualizations through more holistic, that's the word. Sorry, I'm foreign. So for more holistic museum exhibitions, and see how multiple tools can help people visualize and concretely assimilate information, and also see how this impacts perspectives and in the end, behavior when it comes to climate action. The idea would be to not only have physical museum exhibitions, but also to create online platforms for people who might not be able to be physically present. And the main focus would be on the virtual reality simulations. However, I want to test different methods as well and see how they can go together. So through my team at St. Andrews, I luckily, Alan is my supervisor, so luckily we have quite a big network of museums and heritage organizations we can work with. So I want to leverage this and test out through a practice-led methodology how virtual reality can actually help people have a more concrete assimilation of climate information and to see how behavior can be changed. My main two use cases are Antarctica and the Outer Hebrides region in Scotland. So these are early stage simulations that I'm building. The only one that I have tested is the one on the right, which depicts an island called North Fewest. And basically this island is very vulnerable to storm formation and to sea level rise. So I was trying to visualize how their roads would flood in the event of a storm, which has happened before. And unfortunately, it did lead to a tragic accident for the locals. So I want to build multiple climate change scenes of these two locations. When it comes to Antarctica, I'm focusing on the Western Antarctic Peninsula, which is one of the fastest warming regions on the planet. And I think what would be really interesting in terms, especially in terms of psychological distance, is to create exhibitions and platforms in which people can visualize these together, because the meltwater from Antarctica's glaciers directly impacts the Northern Hemisphere, not only through rising sea levels, but it changes the weather patterns. And this is why, partly why we also get more increased storms due to climate change. So although these really far away places are very connected to each other, there's not many exhibitions that really try to connect global and local impact of climate change. So this is another goal of ours when we create these visualizations and exhibitions. I've hosted, I think, so far 2 or 3 workshops where I've exhibited the storm scene, and I have gotten feedback from 18 people so far, luckily, about what they thought. The exhibitions also had some complementary representations of climate change, which was an interactive poster. I went in depth in here about why North Fewest is incredibly important in terms of its ecosystems and the threats of climate change. The research team at the University of St. Andrews also created a community project where this is a map of North Fewest. So communities can actually log in places themselves, and then these get reviews and added to the map. So I thought it would be really interesting to have a climate layer to it. This was mostly to engage Gaelic speakers and have the Gaelic pronunciations of really important places across the island. But I think having a climate change layer to it might be really interesting, especially because the communities that live in these vulnerable regions are probably much better at depicting the actual threats and changes they have seen over time. When it comes to the evaluation of the project we have done so far, what I thought was really interesting from the user feedback is that a lot of people really enjoyed the immersion aspect and they enjoyed learning through VR. But more interestingly, I thought it was really great that all of them believed that virtual reality in exhibitions could help climate communication. And what I also found really interesting is that half of the people that tested our visualizations were keen to learn more about the topic and research it after the interaction. So again, this hints at behavioral change. We are constantly refining the way we gather feedback, hence the questionnaire today as well that I shared with you guys, which would be really great to get your feedback more on your perspectives of climate change. This is some qualitative feedback we have gathered from the people that tested our virtual reality simulations. So what I've noticed is that people are still really interested in VR in general because it's novel, and this is quite already a big attractive aspect when you create an exhibition or a workshop. A lot of them really enjoyed concretely visualizing the impacts as well as the immersion. So I think this could potentially have a really big contribution when we create museum exhibitions in the future. We also so far gathered some feedback from important stakeholders. Most of them were from heritage organizations within Scotland, particularly in the Outer Hebrides region. And it's very clear, I think we all know that climate change is a very important concern for their organizations. What I thought was interesting is that most of them don't feel like government is responding fast enough, and they all believe that communicating the impacts of climate change is a really important part of our collective strategy to respond to climate change. They all believed that most of them believe that museums should help communicate the threats of climate change, and they really think that VR can support this mission. These are some quotes that we've gathered from them as well, and it's been highlighted that a lot of them think that a big challenge is the fact that a lot of people still don't accept the reality of climate change, not only individuals, but also governments. So this is, again, where really addressing the psychological distance that people perceive from global warming is an important factor when we try to address this complex challenge. And they also believed that museums can contribute to climate communication by raising awareness through exhibitions. And we also asked them what they perceive as being the big threats in their local area. And I think for a lot of people in Scotland, flooding is top of mind in terms of worries when it comes to global warming. So this is what I've done so far for my PhD. Moving forward from this, I hope to create multiple museums exhibitions where we can develop our simulations and have multiple scenes. And again, a big goal would be to present the Antarctic simulations with Scotland and really connect different regions across distances and see how these impact perceptions and behavior. Thank you very much for listening, and happy to respond to any questions.
Thank you so much, Maria. That was fascinating, and it was interesting to see the results that you got. What sort of people were using the VR? Was it young people or old people? Or?
I think it attracts people of all ages, really. A lot of children do get very excited when there's a VR headset in the room, but it seemed quite exciting for all age groups. So I've had, I think, people who are 75 and older trying it, as well as middle-aged people and young people. So yeah, hopefully we can gather more feedback in the future and really see if age plays a factor into how engaging people find it.
Okay, so we move on, and the next speaker from the Timespan Museum, and we're going to hear about climate relevant exhibits and exhibitions that you've been up to, Julia.
Thanks so much, Alan. I'm sharing a web presentation, actually. I'm Giulia Gregnanin, the director and contemporary art curator of Timespan. Timespan is a cultural organization in Helmsdale. Here, actually, a map for who doesn't know much about the geography of the Highlands, and of course where it is located. Helmsdale is a small village of 800 people in Sutherland, so the northeast of the Highlands. That's the map of the area. We are located on the coast. That's the harbour of Helmsdale, and this is Timespan. As you can see, the building is quite peculiar. It was actually a gutting yard. So then I'm gonna talk a bit about also the history of the area that is really much related with the clearances. We do many things. We have an heritage museum, an heritage program, a contemporary art program. We have a contemporary art gallery, an archive, a shop, a garden, and a cafe. We we work in a holistic way, so all the fields of study and our researches in terms of heritage and arts are interrelated, and they are not only in dialogue between each other, but we really work together in building projects that we hope are meaningful for the community. But not only, we love to say that we have local, national, and global ambitions of weaponizing culture for social change. So our agenda is an agenda focused on social justice, and this is reflected through the program. These are some shots from our museum. The museum is an heritage museum. We have a community collection. So the local community donated over the years. We have been funded in 1986, and since then we have collected items, objects, artifacts that represent the history of the area. The history of the area is extremely interesting, I believe, because it's really much related with clearances, but by consequence is related with social justice, land justice, exploitation, capitalism, and class struggles. These are other shots of the collection. We have an archive as well that collects 13,000 documents, soundtracks. We have also an audio archive that collects voices of the people of the area. We have an outreach project named the People's Mobile Archive that is focused on bringing our collection into people's houses. So we know that the population in Helmsdale is quite made of like elder people with scarce mobility, and there is also a lack of well-being initiatives. So we are trying in a way to provide this service, but throughout our approach, so that it is focused on the communication, preservation of the heritage, but in relation with contemporary issues as climate justice and climate reparation. We have also a youth program, and this is another shot of an initiative from the People's Mobile Archive, was a series of screenings focused on our collections. That's the contemporary gallery. So these actually, then we're going to see later the reconstruction made by the University of St. Andrews about the gutting yards and the gutting ladies. As I said, this was the previous function of the building, and still was born up just due to the clearances. People have been forcibly moved to the coast, to then being employed in the fishing industry. So while men were mainly fishermen, women were getting fishes, so it was a form of hidden, and they were employed as well in the fishing industry, of course, without being paid. We work on, I said, on land justice. We look at the land exploitation in the area. This is an archive image from our collection about the deer stalking. We also tackled the romanticization of the Highlands. So the beautiness associated to the region that in a way damaged so much the also the perception of climate change in a way, because we projected our ideals into the land that became the landscape then, And so we imagine the rural Scotland as an uncontaminated area, while it's completely anthropic, and the land changed so much over the last 200 years, and is really much more vulnerable now for the effects of climate change. I'm gonna through very, very quickly because I know 10 minutes run fast. Because I wanted to focus a bit on our current program. Is a research program on that involves heritage and contemporary art that we titled Coastal Commons, Beyond North Sea Extractivism. Our aim is to reflect on what does it mean extractivism, so the extraction of resources. I know that the first thing probably that we think after hearing extractivism is the extraction of oil and gas, so the fossil fuel industry. But extractivism is a term that comes from the struggles of the Global South, mainly in the 90s, and is more about the land exploitation and the extraction related with the accumulation, and by consequence is really much related with capitalism and the accumulation of resources. So Coastal Commons is a long-term research program. I think we are gonna delve into the Coastal Commons for the next 2-3 years. We have started with an exhibition project actually that talks so much about the history of us, of the area, and of Helmsdale. The exhibition indeed is titled Beatrice, Transition Under Petrocapitalism. And Beatrice is the name of the oil rig just in front of us. The logo that we picked up, that's a really interesting story, I think, is the original logo of Thyman. This was designed in 1986 after this big donation made by Brit Oil to support the foundation of the museum. And they asked in exchange a display of the oil industry, and was named the Black Gold. This logo has been designed by one of the founders of Thyman, and as you can see, there is the oil rig, but also other symbolic elements of Helmsdale, like the standing stone, the sea, the 2 hills, and a fish that I imagine is a clear reference to the fishing industry and probably the herrings. It was really interesting delving into the history of the organization. I think many organizations have been supported. Some are still receiving support from the oil and gas industry. So before working on a program on climate justice and climate reparation, we decided to start from our history. So acknowledging the past of Thyman and the involvement in the oil industry. Beatrice now has been transformed into a wind farm. This would probably we should have like another conversation about the wind energy production and the criticalities, but of course also the opportunities, since we extremely need to move towards renewables. So the exhibition involves 3 contemporary artists, Oliver Ressler, Tanya Engelberts, and Sujane Taylor. The three of them have different perspectives on the North Sea. Let's say they worked on the North Sea from 3 different coasts, from the UK, the Netherlands, and Norway. They delved into the petrocultures and the issues, the history related with the fossil fuel extraction, and the politics, because it's really much related also with the UK politics. This object is a drill head. This is part of our collection, and has been exhibited in the exhibition. This is a work of Sue Jane Taylor. She's a local artist who spent 20 years researching in the oil industry in the UK, but in Scotland mainly, visiting onshore and offshore oil and gas rigs. This is is a still of Oliver Ressler's video. He's a documentarist. He works so much on the effects and the consequences of capitalism. And this has been shot in Norway, in this big center for carbon capture. So his video is quite critical about this technology that works just on paper. The numbers look fantastic as like a technology able really to capture carbon and emissions from the oil industry, but at the end, in practicality, is not really effective, really much effective. So it's strongly critical towards this. While this is a work by Tanja Engelberts. She's an artist from the Netherlands, and she documented the decommission of the oil rigs. Let's say this is something that in the last 10 years we started thinking about decommissioning these huge, massive structures that we can find close or far to the coast, and there are very few centers in Europe that are able at the moment to decommission and dismantle them. And she had been there, and she documented the process. So the program is not just an exhibition. We always work in an holistic way. So we presented a screening program dedicated, focused on the extraction of oil and gas. We presented this incredible documentary that I strongly recommend to watch, The Oil Machine, together with James Marriott, who's the author of Crude Britannia, a reflection and a study on the politics behind the oil industry in the UK. Here few images of the exhibition of us. So we decided to reflect the research also on the display in a way, recalling like an industrial display. You can see for us was important not only present artworks, but also artifacts from the oil industry. This is a drilling mat that is part of the collection of Sue Jane Taylor. Or like a life buoy, our drilling bit, and we have a library, and we are for each project related with coastal commons, like in this case the Beatrice exhibition, we are collecting books related, building a small selection of titles that can be borrowed by our visitors, our community, and this is our aim, to offer a wide range of resources if people want to know more, delve more into the topic. Now, this was the side of contemporary art. Now, this is the heritage side, actually. This is an incredible project we are working on together with the University of St. Andrews, with Alan, Ian, and all the team of the University of St. Andrews for what concerns the 3D reconstruction of Iron Age, of the Iron Age period, the pre-clearances, settlements, but also the 3D reconstruction of the Helmsdale fishing boom. We strongly believe that 3D reconstructions are incredible to introduce people, to engage people with the past, and experience in a way the past, but also I think to see actually how the habitat, how the people, how like the way of like living the land, or also thinking about all the social injustices that happen, and is a way to experience them and understand them more. So for us, it's extremely important having this project of 3D reconstruction, because in a way keeps the heritage alive and gives the possibility of experiencing it. The redesign of this 3D room, our virtual room, is quite recent, has been opened together with the exhibition in June, and we are in the phase of collecting feedbacks, understanding how to improve. I have to say that feedbacks are quite enthusiastic, mainly between families and kids that probably, I imagine, are more used to experience things throughout technologies. So it's really beautiful for us see the effects and the interaction that our visitors have like every day. These are some examples of the 3D reconstructions done so far. The VR reconstruction, sorry, I meant VR. This is from the Iron Age period. We can see again from the Iron Age. These are longhouses from the pre-clearances time, and this is remember the photography that we have seen before at the very beginning of the presentation. Here we can see the reconstruction. These are just screens, stills of the interactive model. So I think to understand better, we should go through the interactive model, but we can't do today. But of course, if you'd like to do so, we can find a way to share this with you. And I think the 3D models, VR models, give also the possibility to people to remember things that disappeared. Like in this case is the Helmsdale Castle that has been destroyed in the 70s to build highway. So sad story, but through again this kind of technologies, we have been able to reconstruct the castle. So again, to come back to, that's the end of the presentation, but I just wanted to say, to come back to the topic of today that I think is so important to create these moments of conversation and knowledge sharing. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to share what we are doing. Our plan again is keep delving into the effects of the climate crisis, and also we think is really important as from our Western point of view, thinking about possible ways of climate reparation and justice. Is a process of learning and unlearning, and we'd like to create collaborations with other organizations, researchers, activists. We'd like to involve many voices as possible and work together. I don't know which kind of effects we can have in like in a way stopping this process that is driving us towards the collapse, but at least I think the role of cultural organizations is help people to become aware about the current situation and facilitate actions. So that's I think that's pretty much everything from my side, but I'm more than welcome to answer any questions. Thanks so much.
Thank you. It's so great to hear you talking about all of the issues, and also to see the installations and exhibitions that you've done, or to get a guide to them, because I'd seen some of them before. And I had a history of time span is so interesting that I didn't realize that it was kind of set up out of the oil industry.
I know.
And I think it's very brave of you to kind of like take that on, head on, so to like, but also in a sensitive way. So that's great. But I do know that Sophie, they're here from the Dundee Heritage Trust and the Verdant Works, and they're going to talk to us about some of their exhibitions, and also they're kind enough to be hosting the AVICOM conference on the Saturday night, where we're going to Dundee is known as the City of Discovery, and in part because it has the Discovery Point Museum, which is associated with early explorations of the Antarctic and in itself relevant to climate change. And so the people attending and participating in the AVICOM conference next week will have the joy of being able to visit the Discovery Point and Dundee, the City of Discovery. And tonight we're going to be hearing from, I've heard referred to as the two Sophies, from the Dundee Heritage Trust. So hi Sophie Walker and hi Sophie Highland. Thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
So the floor is yours. Really.
Hi, thanks Alan for the introduction.
You can share if you've got a PowerPoint or something, then you can share. You can share it yourself. You should be able to share it yourself.
Give that a go. Apologies, we've been a bit laggy today. We'll see how we go. Okay, well, I think that may be as good as we're going to get on the. Oh wait, no. Sorry, guys. I'll try stopping my video, see if that makes a difference.
I think we've got a bit of background noise. I'm not sure where it's.
Ah, okay, that now seems to be working. Can everyone still hear and see us?
Yeah, we're all good.
It's good.
Fab. Okay, so hi everyone. Thanks for having us. As Alan said, we're known as the two Sophies. I'm Sophie Walker. I work with the Trust as a fundraiser, but also with my other hat on, helping with our work around climate change. And my colleague Sophie Hind here with me is our interpretation curator, and she's been doing a lot of work on our sort of exhibition planning, both temporary and permanent galleries, around sustainability and all sorts of other exciting things. What we're going to talk to you about today is, it's really a bit of a journey that we've been on that started with a gallery transformation starting in 2019, though the idea conceived far before that, which was to really transform Discovery Point, which is home of the research ship RRS Discovery, first built in Dundee in 1902. And one of the first Antarctic research ships actually in the world built for that specific purpose, into a centre for climate change knowledge that would be accessible and interesting and exciting and empowering for the public. And the first stage of that project involved the transformation of our dome gallery, which you can see on the screen here, into something that would really connect the local heritage of the city with the global environment that we all live in, and sort of use that history of the discovery and its scientific voyages and the data it collected as the launch pad, to get people really to think about what home is and how urgent it is that we would all want to protect it. So we've had about 15 to 20,000 people, I believe, over 18,000 now certainly, who've visited to date since the gallery was opened in the very end of last year. And one of the things that we've seen is we've had quite a lot of emotional responses, particularly from older people who've known about the city for many years and who've lived in the city for many years, who've sort of seen how it's changed. And one of the key features of the gallery really that you can see on the screen just now is that it really does take you from that first moment in 1902 of discovery, but also massive industrial change, urbanization and pollution, right through to what is potentially quite a hopeful and vibrant new future. And you'll see when you visit for yourselves, if you know the city, and perhaps some of you will, just how much it has changed in the last several years. But also some of these responses from younger visitors who, of course, you know, climate change has been something that's part of all of their lives for all of their lives. So it's something that's reached people in very different ways and very emotional ways, and more than just the sort of jargon that can sometimes be expected from other ways of sharing knowledge, which we've quite liked.
Me next, Sophie? Yeah.
Yeah, go for it. Sorry.
Yeah, so this dome is telling us all about climate change, but then we were talking the talk and not walking the walk. So now we had a problem. So then we thought about how are we going to bring sustainability into everything that we do. And one of the ways that we're doing that is we are getting the Green Tourism Award. We're going through the process to get reaccredited with that at Discovery Point, which we had for many years before we did the dome. And we are now at the point where we need to sort of redo it after COVID. and then apply for the first time at Verdant Works. So we do have a lot of potential at Verdant Works to do this. There's industrial revolution that we can talk about, there's energy sources we can talk about, and we can talk about sustainable textiles because we are a jute mill, and that's one of the most sustainable fabrics that we have at the moment. But then there's also a lot of challenges here as well. So this is a picture of our high mill. You can see we don't have much insulation here. It is a grade A listed building. It is a very large space. It is 3 stories high, and it goes up to a like lantern roof, like a Victorian lantern roof. So there's very little insulation here and very little opportunity to add it. So that was one of the problems we got at Verdant Works. And at Discovery, we just needed to go back in and get the reaccreditation. So what we've been doing in the last probably a year that we've been working on this now is we've been creating a sustainability strategy that works across both sites. So Dundee Heritage Trust, we work across both sites. And we've also gathered a sustainability working group within the museum as well. So that's representatives from different departments, and we will feed in every month to the sustainability action plan that we've got. And to build up the sustainability strategy, we have spoken to everyone across the museum, so all the different departments, thinking about where can we be the most impactful, what are the biggest barriers that we have to this change, and how can we show that acting on climate change isn't just about stopping bad things, it's about making good things happen now. And we're making some real good progress on that. Back to you, Sophie.
Cheers, Sophie. I promise this is not a running bit that we have. It really is just a coincidence. Since we've launched the strategy and been working on the plan, we've been doing this in a bunch of different ways, and from things like celebrating local food and drink, celebrating different sustainable crafts, nature photography, artists, walking, cycling routes, tours, trails in pretty much every public space that we have in the museums. We've also been providing space for conferences, such as the one on the Saturday, Alan. So thanks for arranging that. And then mini exhibitions, pop-up stalls, that sort of thing as well, from all sorts of different groups, not just museums, not just universities, but also like activist groups, local community groups, all sorts, who are engaging with this in any kind of way. And we've also been engaging with sector partners as well around some of the big structural issues that we know that we're going to need a combined approach to and a combined voice on to really make a dent in. So things like over-reliance on plastics, we're trying to work with other attractions and heritage organisations across the city to make commitments on phasing out what we use, what we sell. Things like cars, obviously our biggest source of emissions is how people actually get to us. So looking at how we can actually potentially embed data collection in the galleries, involving people in an interesting way to provide data that can help inform transport planners who, at the city council level and beyond, who may have lovely objectives around green tourism things, but we also want to have serious objectives and data to use to support those objectives on structurally changing how people get to museums by making, better alternatives possible. And then various other structural things as well, gas heating, all that sort of stuff. And another way we've been doing this has been really focusing our funding in the last, fundraising, I should say, in the last little while on funding for energy saving measures, because of course we all know that the cleanest energy is the energy that we don't use. But the energy crisis had really quite a severe impact on both of our museums last year. Particularly the mill at Verdant Works, for all the reasons Sophie's just described. And what it did is it actually put us in a position we could no longer afford to heat 2 of our most important spaces for learning, for exhibitions, and particularly for demonstrations on our heritage textile machinery at Verdant Works, which is where our volunteers usually share with visitors just what it was like to work in a mill and how skilled and demanding and noisy the work was that, so many thousands of Dundonians were engaged in for, literally over 100 years. So this felt really important. And actually, at this point, it wasn't just a case of panic. It was a case of, right, well, what do we do about it? And how can we make this part of what we're doing? Because it feels important to be truthful about this with people. So we figured out a solution, which was a particular heating solution, infrared electric heating, which heats people rather than space. So if any of you spent any of your lockdown sitting outside a pub under a sort of funny looking heat lamp thing that looked like it might look after little chicks or something like that, you'd know what infrared heating is. It's that. Runs on electricity rather than gas, or rather than space heating, which can also be electric, but is still fundamentally pumping massive volumes of heat into a space that is never going to get warm. So we knew that this was a good idea. We knew that the people who rely on the museum, who love the museum, would support it. So we packaged it up and we put in a bid to the Dundee Climate Fund, which, if you don't know about it, it opened last year, and it was the very first participatory budget in Scotland to be focused specifically on climate change. And what participatory means in this context is basically, unlike other funds where you may apply and a panel of experts will decide whether or not your project is viable or interesting enough to be funded. For this fund, you both had to convince the actual experts and probably the more actual experts, which was Dundonians themselves. So, at a first glance, this was just a nightmare. It was obviously quite a technical project. Infrared heating, it's fundamentally about energy efficiency, and I think we all felt on the team this as a pitch isn't very sexy. So then we had to decide, right, well, that's actually a real problem. So how are we going to do this? And the first thing that we really had to do was understand in the simplest terms why we are doing this. Because if we can understand it, then other people can too. So why does it matter? Why do our museums matter? Why is what we are doing for people important? So for us, we knew it was about continuing to support our volunteers, engage our learners, engage our visitors, provide space for the different community groups who use the museum, and share Dundee's story in a way that is relevant today. The second thing was really to understand how we were connected into that wider story of the city, because we realised it's a story that the city already kind of knows, because Dundee was in so many ways created by an industrial revolution. So it knows that transformation can happen when we do harness new technology and new energy sources to do something differently. And it also knows that that transition can be just, or it might not be just. So suddenly, from something very small and everyday and actually quite boring, like energy efficiency, we had a story, and we could begin talking about it as part of something greater. So a new green industrial revolution, that we need to move from an age of fossil fuels and over-reliance on gas and risk to museums and community spaces, to a new age of electricity and local energy production, local energy use, and ultimately in the future, renewables. So then the third thing was just to talk to people about it, and not just the people who'd supported us in the beginning, but our neighbours, people passing in the street, sitting in our cafe, engaging with us online. And at one point we literally did go out into the streets, and we did pop into all the local businesses and talk to them about it. And it was really scary, because we had no idea if people were actually going to give us a chance, engage with it. We hoped they would, but it felt like quite a big gamble. But what we sort of began to realise was, when you bother to let people see what the need is when it comes to sort of climate risks and climate solutions at the local level, what's something that they can see and something that is tangible, and give them a chance to see how it fits into the bigger picture, then they connect the dots. And it's similar to what Maria was saying, where it's different and far off, and it's not a risk for real people or for us or here or now. It's not interesting to people. But when it is a risk for people here and now, it becomes interesting to people. So that's how it goes from being something abstract, a real genuine problem that our museum had, could then become something real. And it's also, how we were awarded the funding by popular vote to go ahead and undertake the project. So not only were we successful for something that the museum genuinely needed, but we managed to turn that story into something that could help people to understand why doing these things is so important. And it's something that we will continue to talk about in the spaces in the museum as part of the sort of its overall themes and story. So I'll hand back to Sophie.
So yeah, the infrared heating project is now starting. We've got electricians on site this week, and we've already got some things going in. So whilst we're also doing that project, we're also thinking about how we're going to embed sustainability into the Verdant Works programming. So in this high mill on the bottom floor, we have a temporary exhibition space, and we have just taken out the International Garden Photographer of the Year exhibition, which we will hopefully get again next year. That was our first exhibition where we've been playing around with how can we make it sustainable. So these panels that you're seeing here, traditionally we would have printed them in Foamex, which is plastic. And now we are looking more at, so these are cardboard, and then they are covered in a PVC-free vinyl, so they are able to be recycled after use. So this exhibition is up for 6 months. But we've also got permission from the exhibition producers, we've bought this on license, to then offer this out to other Scottish museums and make it a longer lifespan of the product. So that'll be going around other Scottish museums hopefully this year. We've also bought the racking system that you can see it hung on, and those are modular, so we can use them again for other exhibitions rather than having to create new stands each exhibition. And yeah, it's just a new way of thinking, and we will keep adapting this as we go along, and as we're doing new things to our permanent galleries, we will also take that learning through to there as well. The exhibitions that we pick also have a bit of a sustainability theme as well. So this is garden photography. Traditionally, wouldn't think about putting that into an industrial mill, but actually it helps tell the story of Verdant in the wider context. So we are called the Verdant Works because the area that is surrounding us used to be plant nurseries and sort of allotments. We are just outside the old city boundary of Dundee. So it helps to tell that story a bit. Alongside this with programming, we also did a local competition. So we were inviting people to go and see Dundee through fresh eyes. So garden photographer around Dundee. Even if you didn't have your own garden, we are one of the greenest cities per capita, per person. There's more green space here, a lot of parks and allotments and things. And then we've also brought that into our programming in terms of workshops as well. So we've been working with the local botanic gardens, Dundee Botanic Gardens. If you haven't come, when you come down for the conference, please do pop in, they are amazing. We've also been working with the local community gardens, there's 34 in this city, and they've been doing some workshops with us. And we've also been working with the local university on a couple of projects as well. So they've done a social history project in one of the large parks in the city, and we haven't launched that here. And they've also been doing a project about global community gardens. So we've been working with them on that as well. And then sort of in-house with our own programming, we've also been setting up some planters. So we're bringing biodiversity into the courtyard here, which was previously just brick. And now we've got lots of planters that the bees are loving. So yeah, it's been going well. It's a new thing to do. And it has also boosted our visitor numbers over the spring, summer, and out of this tricky post-COVID time. And then going back to our other site at Discovery Point, the Discovery Point Transformed project, part 1 was doing the dome, and then part 2 is to put in some new galleries and redevelop the old galleries. And one of those galleries will focus on climate science, and we're hopefully going to be working with Maria to bring in the virtual mapping of Antarctica into this gallery. And we will also be working with global partners as well. So St Andrews marine mammal team, getting some of their data, and also the British Antarctic Survey, and sort of the National Environmental Research Centre as well, and the National Oceanographic Centre. So we'll be getting some live data from Antarctica to overlay on the 1901-1904 expedition data and show how climate science has developed and how the baseline data from 1901 is feeding into the research that's been done today. So this is one of the exciting drafts of the exhibition that we've got going on. Yeah, I think that might be us.
That's us. Grand.
Yeah, that's us.
Okay. We'll hand back to you, Ellen. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. You had my attention throughout, so and that was really fascinating to hear what you're doing, and I was particularly impressed about linking the sort of the needed climate revolution to the sort of industrial revolution, and I think also, you know, linking linking the sort of you know, Scottish history of rebellion and resistance to what's needed these days. So it's a shame we don't have anybody from Glasgow talking about the Red Clydeside and linking that to climate change. Maybe that would be another day. But I'm sure there's lots of examples from Dundee similarly for that. So that was fascinating talk, and also great to hear about your plans for the two things. I mean, it's like, you know, we sit in an ivory tower and think, oh, climate change, museums and cultural heritage, and sort of write proposals and stuff like that. But it's really lovely to hear you talking about the sort of concrete problems that you had and how you solved them, and how that kind of drove you to go out into. Sorry, I'm doing the talk again. But yeah, no, that was great. I loved it. So questions? Do we have any questions? I know we're running a little bit late, and I also know that the next session is I'm sure you'll be interested, Sophie, to hear what Ibrahim has to say from the Climate Heritage Network, and also Kay from the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, and we also have Ximena, who is going to be talking from the Frida Kahlo and Diego Rivera museums. So I think that amongst other people, and Marta from AVICOM is going to be chairing that. So what I suggest we do is how are we doing for time? Maybe if we could just take 5 minutes for people to, you know, have a cup of tea, a comfort break, or whatever, and then we'll be into the final session.
Okay, so we can start. Welcome everybody. This is the last session, the last panel of the online workshop, and we have 5 speakers. First one is Kate Hall from Barbados Museum and Historical Society. Later is Ximena Jordan from Museos Frida Kahlo, Diego Rivera and Awakali. Later is Ibrahim Chan from Climate Change Network. Later is Kevin Denham from Museums Intervention in Designing Climate-Friendly Residential Areas. And later is Catherine Cassie explaining the Virtual Museum of the Caribbean. So let's start with Kay. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm just going to share my screen. Right, so I'm going to be talking about the museum as a champion for mitigating climate change through encouragement of youth engagement and action. A little bit about the background of the Barbados Museum. It's about 90 years old, and it was once very much a colonial establishment. So it has not always been terribly appealing to young people in Barbados. So for the last few years, we've been sort of trying to look at ways to have our younger population recognize the museum as a national space, as representative of them and how they see themselves and of the issues which are important to them. We were up to a point not getting a great deal of success with that. And then oddly enough, we were approached by St. Andrews to partner with them in a transnational youth exchange. We'd had a number of exchanges with them prior to that, starting in 2018. We'd done a project looking at community museums in the Caribbean, which had started in 2016. And then coming out of that were a number of youth projects. We'd had the Scotland students visiting Barbados for the International Museums Conference as a part of that project in 2018. And that went so well, we then embarked on a series of virtual exchanges with North US, with Harris Island. And then coming forward to last November, we were approached for this transnational youth exchange. And interestingly enough, we've tried to float a number of other youth programs prior to this, and we would generally get 4 respondents, 5 respondents, very, very small numbers. We actually were of the opinion that young people did not, in fact, follow the museums, social media in particular. What we have discovered is that perhaps we were not targeting it in areas that were of interest to young people, because we got just over 150 applicants after posting one single flyer to our Facebook and our Instagram, which was a bit of a shock, as you can imagine. However, the opportunity was only available for 6 students, but we didn't want to disappoint this 150 other people who obviously were interested in climate change and climate action, and who obviously, you know, were looking for ways to express that. So how then do we do a fair selection process, and how do we also provide some sort of programming which is engaging for all those other people? So we wanted a process that was fair and transparent. We wanted everybody to have equitable footing, regardless of their status in life, their level of education, etc. And we wanted to really get to know them, to see who would in fact be the best candidates to represent Barbados. But we wanted more than anything else to connect with everybody, because this was a wonderful opportunity to work with young people, you know, in a meaningful way, even if they didn't eventually get this trip to Scotland. And we also weren't entirely certain that the only thing of interest was the free trip to Scotland. So we wanted to be sure that, you know, it wasn't just a sort of a pie in the sky one-shot thing. So we called them together. We did a bit of a kind of an orientation session, and then we asked each of them to submit a short video package saying why they wanted to be interested in the project. And coming out of that, we shortlisted 30 applicants who we wanted to go through a program that we developed, which the idea would have been to engage with them, to sort of see what they knew, see what they could teach us as well with regard to our position as a vulnerable nation in a situation of climate change. We also had a number of students who, although they didn't make the 30-person cut, were still interested in seeing what other programming that the museum might be doing in the future, which is kind of heartening, because it's like, maybe it's not just only the free trip to Scotland. And we also created a group for them which numbered just under 100 when the dust settled. So just a little bit of background about how we organize our programming at the museum. We've got a number of guiding principles, a number of key things that we try to put as a part of all of our programming. So we sort of lie at the root of how we design our programming. So there's the idea of the socially responsible and responsive museum. There's also the idea of a community of practice. There's also an ongoing practice of community co-creation, where every project that we do must, going forward, have some importance to and some influence within the community. We also are of the opinion that every experience to the museum is a shared learning experience. So very much at the root of what we do is constructive learning. And we also very much are trying to direct our programming towards necessary community activism, and also wanting to include and many voices as possible, and as many different types of persons as possible from our communities. So we decided on a workshop combined with field study format, with an emphasis on student participation, both in the discussion, but in the more active elements of the program. And we adopted something of a broad spectrum when we set assignments, because we wanted students to have a bit of flexibility with regard to what they contributed to the discussion, and also to what they explored based on the themes that we set out. We did also establish a system of bonuses for direct interaction with climate heritage, particularly if they did it on their own. Oh, I misspelled UNESCO, sorry about that. But basically, engagement in heritage adjacent and heritage action activities. And for example, you will see later in this presentation, a number of them took part in a UNESCO geoheritage study and also in a UNDP Blue-Green Futures project. So basically, one of the things that we discovered is that there are lots of them wanted to be engaged in climate activity, wanted to have some sort of a meaningful impact. Many of them felt that they could not, or they did not, or that they had absolutely no voice. The project to the right of the screen, the UNESCO Geoheritage Survey, oddly enough, I came across this at a conference in March this year, presentation done by some colleagues from Jamaica, and there were absolutely no entries from Barbados. And when I inquired why, they indicated that they had reached out to the Barbados government through various agencies, but they had not received any responses. I asked them at the time if they did its survey again, could they please be in touch with me? And I would, if anything, walk the survey to whoever needed to respond to it, because I thought it was absolutely criminal that we had not participated. And what actually happened is that they went back to UNESCO and asked if they could reopen the survey on condition that I could find respondents. So just as this project was getting up and running, I was also having conversation with a couple people in a couple ministries, a couple departments involved in climate-based activities in Barbados. And in a casual conversation with the head of the project, I discovered that they didn't necessarily want only agency responses. So I shared the link with the students, and within 48 hours, quite a few of them had responded and had basically completed the survey. She called me back all excited. Here are these students and they're participating, which I thought was absolutely wonderful. Because it was not a set assignment for the program. It was just something, one of the things that we did to make it easier to communicate with everybody, especially in the language that these students tend to use. We established a chat group because, you know, the phone call thing doesn't really work with that age group and stuff. And one of the things that they started doing almost immediately was starting their own conversations, not directed by me or any of the other coordinators, about climate action, about climate activity in Barbados. Basically discussing what the government was doing, what they should be doing, what other agencies were doing, what they as young people should be doing. It was an amazing experience from our point of view, but it did give us the idea that perhaps we needed to be a bit more proactive about providing a space and providing opportunities for these students to continue to explore the climate activism with which they were so obviously interested and so obviously engaged. So the project on the left was actually a UNDC sponsored program with which we partnered to engage people across the Caribbean with regard to doing some sort of expression with regard to their engagement with climate action. And again, a number of the students participated. I am not, unfortunately, at liberty to share what the students have submitted so far, because this is still being judged and they have not yet awarded the prizes. But what I can tell you is that we have received a number of incredibly thoughtful submissions. And it has been heartening to see that the students have been so concerned, so engaged, so thoughtful with regard to climate action within the Caribbean. And it has, of course, just one moment, please. I hope that you're not hearing too much background noise. A quite large truck has just started outside of my house. But basically, the idea then was that we needed to find ways to continue to grow this and continue to engage and continue to provide them with these opportunities, because a number of them expressed a certain amount of astonishment that there was so much going on of which they were unaware, even though they were very much interested in climate change and climate activity. So with regard to the formal part of the curriculum, we basically sort of divided it into 5 areas that we thought would be of interest to the students: landscape and environment, coasts and communities, historic Bridgetown and its garrison, which is our lone World Heritage Site, the industrial heritage of Barbados, the story of sugar and rum, which is a nomination we have on UNESCO's tentative list, and One Love Shared Future, which speaks towards regional integration, which has been an ongoing subject for discussion, perhaps from when I was their age. So we thought that that was a great place to start with regard to discussing the types of themes and opportunities which existed as a small island development state within a global network. So with regard to landscape and environment, we outlined a number of SDGs which we thought would be appropriate to be a part of the discussion, to sort of influence the direction. And basically, we set an assignment which allowed them to sort of express themselves without too much of a structure, because we really wanted to get an idea for what type of engagement they had with climate. So we basically told them to go ahead and create a short documentary on how we are managing our landscape and environment challenges. I'm actually going to just very quickly go through the assignments, because I know that we're going to be pressed for time. For the next one, which is dealing with the sea and the communities, we actually asked them to create some sort of art piece, some sort of creative piece, visual art, film, theater, poetry. We left it up to them, because again, we did not want to limit their skill sets. We didn't want to disadvantage anyone. So it can be as simple as taking a photograph and then maybe having a short thought expressed about it, because we didn't want to give an advantage to a student who had, you know, oodles of art experience, because what we really wanted was to understand how they engaged creatively with their environment. We also conducted a webinar speaking about basically the assignment or the nomination process for getting a World Heritage Site and the implications which it had for the economy of the country, but also for its various streams of heritage, up to and including the environment. Our World Heritage Site is also located within a quite interesting land resource. It is an incredibly huge natural harbor with a lot of a very rich biodiversity with regards to what lives there, but it is also under threat from the built environment. So that actually yielded a quite engaging and aggressive discussion. And then we also talked again about the industrial heritage of sugar, which allowed us to engage a little bit with our contested history of slavery, but also to look at how that agricultural and history of enslavement has influenced the formation of our landscape, our urban structures, and so on in Barbados, and the implications that has in a more modern situation. And last but not least, then a look at the advantages and disadvantages of going it alone as just one small island developing state, or perhaps being able to band together with other countries in the Caribbean and perhaps be able to work together and see where we could make our greatest effect with regard to climate action. So what has happened so far? We've had all of the workshops and all of the field trips. The Scottish students from the original project with which they were engaged have in fact come to Barbados and visited, and they have completed the last assignment you have seen, which is the one on regional integration. And they're in the process of doing the assignment, which is the creative piece, which is due actually at the end of this month. In the meantime, obviously life has gotten in the way, and we've had some sort of interesting, or what we would call observations with regard to how the program has run. As I mentioned, we started the chat group. They started discussing immediately. We did recognize that the museum had a role to play here, maybe as coordinator, as disseminator of information, as a safe space for discussion, and basically also just to be able to bring them all together in a way that they would not have been able to come together previously. So this is just some outtakes really of what has been happening since then, just so you can see the types of engagement that the students have been having. I am trying to move my window, which shows where everybody is, because it's blocking my screen. Just give me 1 second. There we go. So this one here, this is actually a turtle rescue, which is carried out by one of the students who put the picture in the chat group and then proceeded to get all sorts of advice and input from everyone else, up to and including liaising with the Barbados Sea Turtle Project. Long story short, the eggs were saved, the turtles are safe. They'll be released after they hatch, and but this is just an example of the types of engagement that we have been seeing. I think I have, yes, I did. I accidentally skipped over a couple of screens there when I was trying to remove the things. This is another one of the early discussions. This one took place in March, where one of the students basically started a discussion about the Willow project. And we had a quite long discussion about the pros and cons, and also the effect similar things would have if they happened in Barbados. A number of students actually went online and signed the petition, but basically it provided a safe space for them to both have the discussion and a launching point for them to become engaged with actual climate activity. This is another one of our shall we say, one of our wayside projects. There is a bit of development happening along our coastline, which, as I mentioned earlier, has had some sort of impact, shall we say, on our coastlines, not just for the sea turtles, but also it's affected the shape of our beaches. It's made some areas more vulnerable. Some places the beaches have been lost. Some places there's now so much extra beach we don't know what to do with it. But on the whole, it's been disruptive of the coastline. The government had what we call a town hall meeting, but had opportunity for persons who are interested to come to a meeting and share their thoughts with regard to a project which is proposed for the area. And what has actually happened is that some of the students opted to go, and then what they did was they kept everybody else in the discussion engaged by sharing information from the meeting into the chat and literally asking questions on the behalf of those people who could not attend. So we had quite this big explosive, very, very engaging conversation on the evening of the town hall meeting, but also the students continued to discuss it for a while afterwards. And some of them have actually been reaching out to organizations and to institutions that they think might be able to have a little bit more of an input on this. And I should have said earlier too, when we did the Global Geoheritage Survey, one of the conversations that we had with them when we realized that some of them had entered it and some of them had not, was that basically the very fact that the survey is open to general citizens means that they, as teenagers, as young adults, they have an actual say, they have an actual stake in what is considered to be important in their country. They don't have to wait until they're 30 or 40 or they're the CEO of a company. They don't have to work their way up. They can have an impact now. And that realization, that piece of information, I've noticed, has taken quite a few of them a long way, to the point now where they're all very actively engaging in whatever is there, whatever comes across as a part of the programming for this project, which has is expanded well beyond the scope of anything that we originally planned. It's been a bit organic, but that has not actually been an issue for us, because we very much want to see them become active and engaged citizens with regard to the way how our country is directed, with regard to the way how the Caribbean positions itself with regard to not just climate change, but to all of those issues which are political and which will affect the way how we are continuing to direct our path as a country going forward. They've only just started voting, some of them, but they will be the ones who are running the country when all of the rest of us are sitting down at home, sipping our tea and happily retired. So for me personally, this is now become something of a bit of a passion project as well. But it's been a really, really enriching experience just to be able to be here for these teenagers, for these young adults, and to give them this platform and to give them this support with regard to being able to start these interventions.
Sorry, Kay, but you need to finish your presentation because
No
there
problem.
are other speakers.
No problem, going ahead. So that was just a couple more, which you're already saying. So basically, this is just a few comments. A couple of the students had to leave with regard to other commitments they've had, but they basically withdrawn from going to Scotland, but said they want to continue to be a part of the group so that they continue to be a part of whatever activities we're planning with regard to the activism that we're doing. So basically, this is what we're planning to do going forward. We're planning to basically make sure that we continue to be a conduit to them with regard to what is out there as with regard to opportunities. We want to continue to assist them with capacity building. We've done a bit of drone training. We've done a bit of other exercises. We've been partnering with St. Andrew with regards to some of these things that we're doing. So one of the things that we're planning for coming out now is to show them how they can use digital mapping in order to sort of be able to talk about in a more graphic way the types of things that they're concerned with. But basically, we are basically planning to expand this programming in order to keep these students supported and engaged. These are a number of concrete things that we're planning to do. So we're planning to establish a local hiking group. We're planning to do a formal partnership with the Barbados Sea Turtle Project. We're basically getting on board with any national environment projects with the museum as the point of contact and coordination so they can work together as a group. And obviously we want to expand our network of young people across the diaspora engaged in climate action by whatever means necessary, digital and otherwise. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Kay.
That's just
So
a shot of them doing our beach walk.
We have to run now to Ximena Jordan presentation about the museos Diego Rivera y Frida Kahlo.
How can I share?
Should be a button down the bottom. Share screen. Green button with an up arrow.
There, are you seeing my screen? Yeah. Oh, good? No?
No.
Okay, I'll try again. So share here. No, not yet.
I'm not seeing anything. You should, if you choose, if when you click on the share screen,
yeah.
If you choose send screen, choose screen 1, and then click share. It should
yeah, desktop 1.
Yeah, screen 1.
Okay.
That's it.
There you go.
Perfect.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for the patience. Okay, I was asked to talk about the two museums. I know we are running out of time, so I'm going to try to be really quickly just to explain that I was requested to talk about the two museum green areas. So, okay, we start. So, Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo shared the dream to leave both the Frida Kahlo and the Diego Rivera and Aguacari museums as a cultural legacy to the Mexican people. To materialize this plan, Frida Kahlo, who passed away in 1954, left Diego Rivera as her universal heir. That is, as the sole beneficiary of her intangible and intangible heritage. Frida did this because she knew that with this legacy, her partner, Diego, would establish the Diego Rivera and Frida Kahlo Museums Trust, appointing the Bank of Mexico as trustee in the administration of the patrimony, as well as the main responsible for the institutional development of both cultural venues the Frida Kahlo and the Diego Rivera Anahuacalli museums, also known as the Blue House. The Frida Kahlo Museum was created by a couple of artists, although it possesses an aesthetic and that is more associated with Frida than with Diego. The Frida Kahlo Museum opened its doors to the public in 1958, so we are 65 years this year. Currently, its spaces can be visited both in person and virtually. Today, the Blue House is one of the most visited museums in Mexico, as well as one of the most internationally known Mexican art venues. On the other side, the Anahuacalli Museum was designed by Diego with the support of Frida to exhibit the vast collection of pre-Hispanic art assembled by the muralist in a contemporary pyramid, especially built for this intention. The Anahuacalli is a temple of the arts designed by Diego Rivera. This museum stands out for its ecological space that protects endemic flora and fauna. Rivera designed its architecture in harmony with its natural environment. A selection of 2,000 pre-Columbian artworks, especially well executed and preserved, have been on display since the opening of the Anahuacalli on September 18, 1964. So the Anahuacalli is 60 years next year, 2024. With 800 square meters of green area, the Frida Kahlo Museum Garden is an essential part of the Frida Kahlo Museum collection. I remember the first time I visited this museum on June 2011. I did not even imagine that 4 years later I was going to be working permanently for the Blue House. I walked through the house and it was certainly touching to see the artist's spaces of personal objects. The museum was with very few visitors that afternoon of a weekday, which was for me perfect. Nevertheless, a new experience began when I reached the Blue House Garden. I felt much more connected to Frida and to the museum itself. This has never happened to me before in a museum, and I had already been to many museums by that time. I had an injured arm in that moment, and I understood so well that Frida Kahlo was throughout all her life with upsetting physical issues, although always painting and comforting herself in the peace and enjoyment of her garden. The visit to the garden of the Blue House was more emotional to me than the contemplation of the objects of the museum collection. Later on, once I was already working at the Frida Kahlo Museum, I understood that my experience was not an isolated one, and that several visitors were particularly touched by this garden. For that reason, I started a research regarding the garden's botanical composition. I wanted to know the origin of the species and specimens that populate the emblematic green area, to understand that connection between Frida's garden and the values of Mexicanity that she stood for. The results were coherent. The majority of the Blue House Garden specimens are original from Mesoamerica, although not the majority of the species. This is due to historical reasons. So, well, there is, the majority of specimens, individuals are original from Mesoamerica because they developed naturally, but the species are not all of them from Mesoamerica. It's like balanced with other origins. The land was going to be the Blue House was built in 1904. Its first 33 years, there were almost no garden. Only a central patio with an orange tree surrounded by flower pots. The land was going to be the big garden. The land that was going to be the big garden was bought in 1937 thanks to an anonymous donation that Diego Rivera received when Leon Trotsky came to live to the Blue House. Beforehand, that land was inhabited, which was a hazard for Trotsky, who was a political refugee prosecuted by Stalin. Between 1937 and 1938, the second stage of the Blue House Garden was planted rapidly, and botanical species were chosen randomly. The result was actually beautiful, since Mexican weather is beneficial to most of plants. In 1946, the third and the last extension of the Blue Garden was built. This time, Frida and Diego chose to do so. Therefore, it was all planned. We know this since the preparation drawings of this stage of the house and garden are among the documents of the museum's archive. In this particular part of the garden, all the species are Mesoamerican. Mesoamerican is saying that Mexican for these intentions. We also know that Frida and Diego were into botany because in the Blue House book collection, there are several volumes regarding botany, and most of them are written and underlined by the artists. During this same period, Diego Rivera, with the support of Frida, was planning to build the Anahuacalli. This museum project was conceived as a sustainable initiative since its beginning, an ecological reserve of 26,000 square meters of extension was delimited and registered as such with the local authorities. This reserve that Diego Rivera named as the Anahuacalli Ecological Space contains only not intervening vegetation. The soil of this green area appeared approximately 1700 years ago with the eruption of the Tiple volcano, which produced a lava spill that over time generated a new ecosystem that emerged from the volcanic rock. The Anahuacalli Museum is the only museum in Mexico that has an ecological zone that remains in a wild state and possesses water outcrops that enrich the beauty of the landscape. This area protects flora and fauna typical of the volcanic soil of the place, as well as orchids, edible and medicinal herbs and shrubs that are difficult to be found in other green areas in Mexico. This ecological reserve can be contemplated from a panoramic view, with a panoramic view from the roof of the museum, of the main building of the museum. That is the one that is in the screen, and you can go until the roof and see the ecological space. As well, the Anahuacalli's extension, known as the City of the Arts, that was finished in 1921, interacts with the Anahuacalli's exterior vegetation. These are 13 architectural spaces that were constructed in the land besides the Anahuacalli main building. This is not the ecological reserve yet, but it enjoys its same topography and vegetation. To educate the Blue House audiences regarding the Frida Kahlo Museum's garden, there are 11 panels installed with information and historical images related to the essential role of the garden in Frida and Diego's professional and personal life. As a result of the research developed regarding the garden's botanical composition, 2 artistic activities are now part of the museum's cultural offer. One of them is called a Frido, the garden, and consists in inviting the visitors to draw the garden's vegetation with their own interpretation of it. The other activity is called Planting My Work and consists of painting a flower pot, then planting on it a Mexican succulent plant that the visitor takes back with her or him. This is a species that forms part of the Blue House garden. Thus, the activity resembles a way to take a piece of the Blue House garden with you. In the case of the Anahuacalli Museum, there are many activities that connect the visitor to its ecological space. Some of them are the dance and performing workshop named The Time of Plants, the botanical drawing workshop, the traditional medicine, and the growing of edible fungi workshop. All these activities are announced, promote, and organized through the museum social networks. This is crucial. If it wouldn't be for the social networks, our activities regarding the green spaces wouldn't be successful, definitely, because we are art museums, Frida Kahlo and Anahuacalli. So people go for the art, people do not go for the natural spaces, okay? All right, and these are our followers. So we enjoy very good. This is July statistics or metrics, and so we enjoy a very good amount of followers, thanks to our communication manager, who is brilliant. Okay. Through their social networks, both museums post special features regarding all the national and international dates that are connected to sustainability. Between these days, we can mention the Hour of the Planet, the International Day of the Water, of the International Day of Nature, of the Environmental Education, and of the Oceans, among many others. These posts always manage to relate an element of the museum or a piece of the collection with the topic that is commemorated by the particular day. So this is also an important issue for us, because if it wouldn't be because of social networks, we wouldn't have the possibility to impart these international days information to our visitors, because we are art museums. So inside the museums, we are not allowed to talk about that, because we have other priorities in terms of communication of content. So thanks to the social networking, we can spread this information in publications, and they are truly successful. So in terms of reach, so that is very fortunate. And we are commemorating all these days by the that are international and national, most of them international. So, and this is the Hour Planet. So just encouraging everybody to put them to turn off all their electricity for 1 hour. This is an example. So conclusions: gardens and natural spaces are important in art museums because they encompass museum elements that promote health, well-being, and ecological benefits to our visitors. Examples of green cover and open spaces in museums include natural and semi-natural areas. For example, remnant gardens and infrastructure such as plants, walls, and green roofs. Okay. Green cover and open spaces in museums provide natural cooling of air and surfaces and support water management in urban areas. The vegetation of the museums, as any other urban plant, absorbs carbon dioxide, helping to offset greenhouse gas emissions. Climate change is causing, all these images are the ecological space. We are quite a fan of our ecological reserve, of course. Climate change is causing more severe and frequent heat waves, drought, rainfall, and storms. These extreme weather and events affect our towns and cities. For these reasons, nowadays, it's more important than ever to focalize the attention in the green elements of each museum in order to enhance these museum components to the perception of our visitors. It does not matter whether these green elements are immense, as the Anawakali ecological space, or compact, as the Frida Kahlo segment of the garden that enjoys merely Mesoamerican plants. Increasing the communication, education, and research regarding museums' green spaces can raise awareness of the possible actions that visitors can choose to help to combat the effects of climate change. And one of that is, planting Mexican plants, succulent are Mexican plants. And we have a problem, I know it's not only a Mexican problem, that people want to plant other plants. And now with the water crisis, we need people to prefer local vegetation as an option for all their vegetation choices. Although museums' green cover and open spaces help to combat the effects of climate change, these museum spaces are still vulnerable to climate change itself, just like other parts of our landscape and society. In the case of the Anawakali ecological space, this situation is extremely clear, since as a natural green area, the development of its ecosystem is merely the result of the weather effects in its flora and fauna. And there in the image, you see a cactus have brown and half green, and that is not, we would not be in drought or getting less water. That cactaceae would be whole green. You know, it's very difficult for a cactus to get dry, obvious reasons, and it's happening. So in the treated color garden, we can water the plants and we can look after them. But in the ecological reserve, we do not, because it's an ecological reserve. So we are not supposed to do so. We care about the cleaning and those things, but not watering. It wouldn't make any sense, really. It would be an unsustainable action, actually, because of the amount of water that is needed. So climate change affects how we maintain green areas and their associated costs. Museum green spaces need regular maintenance and watering to ensure they stay healthy and deliver benefits to people and the environment. Heat waves, drought, and policies such as water restrictions can affect plant health and the positive benefits of museums, urban green cover, and open spaces. As vegetation dies, its ability to balance temperatures and fight the urban heat effects diminishes. It is important that museum managers consider these issues in their management plans to reduce risks to the continuing life of the natural heritage associated with the museums that are under our custody. Thank you. Hoping my English was more or less okay.
So thank you, Ximena, for your interesting presentation. And now we have Ibrahim Chan talking about digital resilience, tackling adaptation to climate change.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much. Okay, thank you. I'm very happy to talk at this section. So I'm from Benin. I am director and co-founder of this museum, Ecomusée Tatasomba, who is in Benin, in West Africa. And I am also part of Climate Heritage Network. I represent African region on this network. So today I will talk about this topic, digital resilience, Takienta, adaptation to climate change. So I will start to explain what means Takienta. So I would like to say that the Ecomusée Tatasomba is the first ecological museum in West Africa. And what we are doing is to work on this traditional building and see how we can help local community to preserve this heritage, because it's going to disappear. It's going to disappear because of various problems like climate change, also like modernization. Youth people today don't want to learn and live on this whole building, and they want to build a big modern building like we are seeing on big countries like Europe or. So for us, it's very important to keep in our mind that we have to learn from our future. We have to preserve this heritage for next generation. So Takienta is earth architecture, is the place of worship. Is also, as you can see on the screen, is not just to live. It's more than living place. Is the place where people are connected with human and universe. So it's more than just a living house. So that's why we decide to work about how we can preserve this heritage for next generation. So it's also important to say that, as you can see, this house, this traditional building is very ecological house, and we want to learn about how local community are using local materials to build this kind of ecological house, and how we can learn from them to have some solution about climate change. So as you can see, we organize the first step of our work in our museum is to make a research with local community, because some of there is many different kind of this building, but some of them are already disappeared. So the first step of our work is to speak with local community and Henderson. How was all these buildings who today are not available? And then we speak with old people, and they say that it was like this, it was like this, and we take all the information and we record them, and also try to use to create, like to make a reconstitution, virtual reconstitution of all the information that we have on the computer. Before now, to go to the field and organize a workshop, as you can see, and bring together the whole people and youth people to allow them to learn. Like it's look like a school. We call it a school of traditional knowledge transmission, because there is no way to learn how to build these houses in university, in school. There is no university for that. So our museum creates a place where youth people can connect with old people and learn how to build this heritage. And we take this opportunity to record, to make a digital archive of all the process and all the material that have been using to build this house, and record it for next generation. And you can see that all the materials who that been using is from animals, from plants, and all is making by hand, and it's still possible to keep all this for next generation. And that's why we decided today to do it, and to use to use all the possibility that we have today about virtual reality, about all technological possibility that we have. We want to use it to record and to save all the knowledge that we can save for the next generation. And you can see that also the women play a key role on this building, because men do some work and also women do a key work on the process of building this traditional house. So all this is the picture of our workshop that we organize for a whole generation and the new generation. So you can see the result after we make a workshop. We allow a local community to build their very important houses. So what can we learn? What can be learned from the Takianta, from these houses in terms of climate impact? So we know that today the climate crisis is an energy crisis. For us, if we can have solution about energy, we can reduce our impact on the planet, And with this traditional building, we have learned that they don't need to use electricity. They don't need to use modern material to build these houses. They make a choice of a good material who is around the place, who is not who no need to destroy everything in the environment before to build these houses. And also this building is very efficiency in terms of energy. Also the form of this building make it like if it's cold outside, inside is hot, and if it's hot outside, inside is cold. It's bioclimatical houses because of the form, the orientation of this building, and also because of some of materials that have been using to build these houses. There is a deep respect from this building and the environment. And also, if you are inside of this building, it's very comfortable. So today, we think that modern architecture can learn from this traditional building to have more ecological future building or future architecture. So you can see some of the form that I was talking about, who make this heritage very good in terms of bioclimatization. So our future initiative is to launch, because this museum today that we built is in a place where there is a very big problem about security because of terrorism in this area, this place. It's not possible for us today to receive visitors in our museum. So we decide to work on the climate mobile museum that we are going to launch very soon, and we are looking for partners about how we can work together, because we are looking for resources about virtual reality documentation, about games, about workshop ID, to bring all these past solutions about climate change to the community around our country and maybe beyond, in the school, in the university, and speak with children about the traditional solution that we have, and we can use to have some solution about climate change. So now we are looking for partners to support us and launch this initiative, because our museum is in the situation of not good security. It is not good for people to come at this place, because it is not safe because of terrorism in this place. So we really want to launch this initiative to be to take part, to go to the community with our museum. So that is the end of I will show you how we make reconstitution of all this building. So I will show this video now. Hello? Yeah. So in this video, you will see all our museum, but is a virtual reconstitution. So we have many places in our museum. We have place for make interpretation about materials, about the process of building this heritage. And also you can see that we make a reconstitution of all the kind of this heritage, this building that have been existing, because some of them are already disappeared. So we use this model that you are seeing in the screen to go to the community and organize the workshop, because they are already disappeared normally. But when we finish all this work with all my colleagues, we go back again to the community and build with them the physical building. So this is the place that we choose to build our museum. We are building it, but as I was saying, we have today a security problem, and we stop the building and are looking the possibility to launch on mobile museum to bring all these concepts on the community. So you can see that there is many places in our museum, and all the places are led by local community, because all the profit and all the benefits of our museum is for the local community. They build the museum with us, we lead the museum together, and we share all the profits with the local community. And we use we get inspiration from all these traditional building to make some modern building to have a living place for our visitor. So thank you very much for your kind attention.
Sorry, thank you, Ibrahim, for this great project. I think local museums can prepare interesting projects and work with the community. So congratulations. And now we have the next speaker is Kevin Dehan, talking about museums intervention in designed climate-friendly residential areas. The floor is yours, Kevin. We can't hear you, Kevin. Can you hear me? Okay. So take a look at your microphone in the Zoom screen. If this maybe is closed.
Can you hear? Let's see.
Yeah, now it's perfect.
Can you hear me now? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I've connected to the earphones instead.
Okay, fantastic.
Okay, I'm gonna start by sharing the screen. Here we go. Can you see my screen? Okay, thank you for this invitation. I was invited to tell a little bit about a previous experience in a community engagement project to design a new neighborhood that we have done here in Sweden, in the region of Östersund. I work at the Jamtli Foundation, which is a regional museum here in the middle of Sweden that comprises approximately 17 hectares of both open air museum and indoor exhibitions. We have approximately 250,000 visitors per year. And also a part of the National Museum, which is also in this area in our museum. So my name is Kevin Denham. I am born in Argentina, but I am a grandson to Swedish people that have moved to Argentina in the 1950s. You can see further to the left, the baby there is my great-grandmother. And you can see her 93 years later in Argentina with all her great-grandchildren, her daughter, my grandmother, and my cousins, and myself there at the furthest to the right and the top. I have been living in Östersund in Sweden for the last 11 years. I'm an engineer with a focus on environmental sciences and urban planning. So today, and also a background in pedagogics and agriculture. So today I'm going to present to you a project that the museum has worked for the last 4 years, and we have recently done most of the work, completed it, for the design of a new neighborhood right by the entrance of the city. We have worked by designing a new urban plan And the design has been based on a unique concept that we have developed together with many different citizens and different social actors and organizations. So we have done this in our non-profit platform that we have developed for this. And the municipality has allocated us a piece of land by a historically valuable field, and today also a very important recreational area for all the citizens. So a short background of this platform that we have created for this. Everything started with an idea and a clear goal, which was to develop a modern and sustainable neighborhood, but that also would be a platform and a meeting place for the university, citizens, organizations within education and learning, the municipality, and businesses to meet and cooperate in the development of new solutions for sustainable living and sustainable building. A place, a neighborhood for learning by doing. So I was very inspired with all your talks and talking about all these aspects, both the green things and the learning and learning by doing. But then, okay, why a museum involved in developing a new neighborhood? I think that we are one of the only ones in the world. Correct me if you know others. But why have we gotten involved in this? We think that we can take an active role, like I've also heard from you, in societal change. And we do not only have to expose, but we can also get involved and contribute with our knowledge and experiences from the past in designing our future living environments. So with this idea, we soon realized the need for a lively dialogue with many different societal actors and the citizens. And that's why we created this platform, which is called Yamtli Living University, so learning by doing, in order to do this project as a platform for collaboration and exchange. And it is from this platform, that is also non-profit, that the neighborhood continuously is being realized. The design part, right? We have not started building. But how are we going to do this so that the process, everything is built? We have focused on 4 key success factors. The first one was to create a unique concept, and this we can only do when there's a dialogue that makes it unique. And then remember to keep it unique. That this is much more than a real estate project to build square meters as a commodity, or to make storage for people during the night times, right? It's important to remember that all the time. The second success factor has been the trust and collaboration that has been generated with all the stakeholders thanks to this dialogue. The third one was to find the right location for such a place so that we really could get all the collaboration working. And we have done this, and we have gotten a permit from the municipality to do this. And the fourth key success factor has been working with a team of professionals with experience and the necessary competences. With this, I mean that we are idealists and we aim very high with this project, and we also have the necessary experience within to be able to realize it. So the first factor that we worked with, create the concept in dialogue. So already 4 years ago, that one of the first things that we did was to start understanding what is a sustainable neighborhood in our region. We went out and we had dialogue. The first one that you see to the left is the one that we had already in 2019. We just hanged some posters at the university, and after a week we had 50 students attending, participating in this. Some months later, one of the most slippery days, December, dark and slippery in Östersund, a lot of ice at that part of the year, and anyways, they came 100 people, and we had families with young children that they brought their children. We had retired people that maybe lived in big houses, and they wanted to move to something small but still continue be part of an active and living neighborhood community. We had artists, researchers, teachers, construction companies, consultancy companies within engineering and building and sustainability and so on. And this has helped us to find what are the key parts of this concept that we have been developing. And we have identified 3 that we have always had in mind when designing. The first is city planning as an art, not only as an engineering. So building something that lowers our ecological footprint and that is beautiful, that is very varied, but also harmonic. And that we leave a good footprint on our urban skyline, right? The second key part of the concept is crops, food production and gardening, and combining experiences both from countryside and from urban places so that they enrich each other. A lot of this is to do with local increased degree of self-sufficiency, so which we have included in the neighborhood. And the third one, and maybe one of the most important, is meeting places, so that we can do research, so that there can be learning between different organizations and citizens, and culture. So we have done a special place for that. And then in this picture, you see how we can draw experiences from our past. This is the initial urban plan from this city from 1780s, the year 1780s. You see the main square there in the middle, and the interesting part is that each green square is crop growing and farming, and each yellow square is buildings. So it's a city planned that integrates crops and building. And this has today become relevant with our necessity to do more locally produced food. The second key success factors that I told you, I can just summarize it with some short facts. Within academia, we have in the local university a researcher that has been appointed specifically for this project. She coordinates approximately 15 researchers from 9 different subject areas: climate, psychology, health, for folk health, ecological building, real estate economics, indigenous people's rights, and so on and so on. There is also research institutes nationally that have been following the project, the whole process, as an interesting and maybe as an example for other municipalities in Sweden working with similar urban planning questions. From civil society, we have already got approximately 100 people that have sent their applications that they would like to live in an area like this. And then something very interesting, when we were choosing the location for this neighborhood, the citizens wrote approximately, there were published approximately 30 articles on the newspapers that the citizens wrote by their own initiatives during 1 month. So that was approximately 1 article every day expressing why they thought this project was so important for the region. Within businesses, there's a lot of construction companies that want to build this. A lot of companies within different sectors that want to try their technologies for a sustainable building and sustainable urban planning, so that we can do research on it and follow up. In the public sector, we got full acceptance from and support from all the political parties to do this, to plan this at this site that we got. We are part of many different national and European initiatives, such as Viable Cities. We have competed in a competition related to the UN climate conference in 2021, where we competed with 300 different proposals and we're number 16. And other initiatives, European Bauhaus and other national and political events that we have been invited to. I will not go through all the organizations, but here I just wanted to show you the broadness of participation and dialogue involved in this, actively involved. And it is interesting because only for about 2 months ago, there was a website that was done to resume the results and to show all the work. And here you see approximately 15 different organizations that shared in their Facebook how they have been involved to include the different aspects that they work with in this integrated, holistic place that we have been created. Well, just a little bit about a lot of media attention, both from local but also national newspapers, and even small clip in American TV in the US. Here, just to show you briefly the working team that has been working with this. Both at the top, you see the museum, the university, and then architects. We have one of the best architects involved. He's 80 years old, has done everything by hand, and he works only with those projects that he really thinks are fun and worth working with. And the last 2 years, he has prioritized this almost in front of many other things, which is an honor for us. Artists that have helped us include art, sculptures in the environment, and all the technical competences, and also advisory within media and communication. The place, here you see it. It is an old military field where military horses used to graze. That's the name, Remonthagen. That means the field of military horses. It is surrounded by many different kinds of buildings. We have 70s buildings. We have 40s wood houses built by the own people. We have newly built 9-story buildings, and we have houses from 2012 of 2 stories. So something important, also very socioeconomically different buildings. Something important in this project has been to try to heal this place in a way and bring a wholeness together by an urban planning that can be, as I said, bring together with this open green field, which is an important field for the society, as the heart, and as a field with potential to develop the green values, the recreational values, natural biodiversity that we have worked a lot with. As you see, this is the center of the town. I showed you initially what it looked like in the 1700s. You can still see the grid, not so much crops as it was initially. This is an old military place. Today, the university, which is only 700 meters away from this area, which was very important to generate this collaboration, innovation, and a pole, node for entrepreneurship. Here you can see some of the topographical characteristics of the place. You see it's a place that is open and has views of all the mountain areas here. And here I just want to quickly show you the proposal that was developed. You see the proposal is developed in consists of 4 parts: the southern part, the northern part, the western part, and then probably the project's most important part is the center here, because this is the heart of the project. This is a building which has a bakery, has a cafe, it has a gardening center with its greenhouse for different kinds of crop growing, both artistic and botanical garden here. We have professional crops here that can produce food, bags of vegetables each week to give out to the people that come and collect them and that have applied. And also an area for community gardening for interested citizens that can come and participate. There's also co-work places and different rooms for different educational institutions, university and so on, to do practical learning with the whole area as a resource, so that our kids learn that the food doesn't come from the supermarket, but it comes from the crops, right? Also inspired in our urban planning tradition, all the housing is in a low scale, dense. So that is, as you see in this perspective here, 2 stories, with the third one possible to decorate so that you can also live there, and some of them sticking up 1 extra room. A lot of vegetation and biological diversity across the streets with these trees to increase the biological diversity. As a way of climate mitigation, we have done dams here to collect rainwater, for also more attractive for birds, for different insects, for different plant species, and a quality for citizens to enjoy. There is also, as you see, a little line here across the whole project. Here it's very important to ski, to do Nordic skiing in the winters. So this is a Nordic ski track that is today here, and it was very important to keep it in the project when we were planning this, so that we continue with these public attractions and develop them. Also, increasing the biological diversity around the park to actually make it into a green, attractive area for everyone. Here you see the facade that you would see from the field. These trees are more than 100-year-old trees, which have been very important for us to preserve. So that's why we have integrated them into the architecture. The building material will be wood, which is one of the resources that are available here. Wooden building in Sweden is a traditional and also a renewable resource. So here we also have the center that I said, with all the locals and so on. Here you see also a perspective of the place with the buildings and the center here with fruit trees and so on. And something that was important that I would like to mention is a lot of projects, or sometimes projects, start with thinking, the first thing they do is think how many square meters to build so that this will be profitable. We have decided to start by writing a story. So 4 years ago, when we did this, the first thing we did was to write a story about this place. What had happened here, this field? What has it been used for? What is it being used for today? Based on this story that has been done by interviewing many different people, we chose 3 different themes to develop art. One of the themes was the horses, because this was a field where horses used to graze. So here you can see 5 horses sculptures in bronze. They are approximately 1.5 meters high, which can be used as a play for both for adults and for kids. This is also a region that has been used by indigenous people, the Sami people, in the region, who are still living in our region. This is Sami, our Sami region. So here we have designed a bench which sees over all of the mountains, and since the mountains is one of the places where they are mostly in, this bench will be telling the story of the indigenous people in this region, and other art related to sustainability and nature and so on. Lastly, something that we have been very happy to include and that we received very good response was, as you see in the inner garden of each of these squares, there's a small building. These are small cultural buildings, wooden buildings, for example, that were used many years ago for storage, both by Swedish culture or by Sami culture. So they will be placed inside of there as a way to remember where we come from. We have already gotten here, for example, a hay little building that different citizens write to us and say, hey, we have one that is falling apart in our farm, so please take it, put it here, take care of it, and let it be a part of the neighborhood. So this is a little bit about the project, the experiences that I wanted to share with you. And also I wanted to inform you that we have now started a new project, which I am leading, which Alan and other of our partners have been very involved in writing, called DACHI. It's called Digital Action in Climate Change with Heritage Environments. It's a lot about storytelling and using technology as both a tool to tell and engage with stories, and also as a tool for planning future initiatives that will help us in our climate action towards most sustainable, both urban environments, cultural environments, natural landscapes, and so on. So there we will be focusing on modeling different kinds of sites, both urban and also natural and cultural. So this project, which is a past experience, has been the most analog possible. Everything was done by hand. We will see now in this project how we can continue enriching our community work and generated more digital tools, again, as a tool for the continued dialogue and engagement in our climate transition. Thank you very much, and open to questions and comments.
Thank you, Kevin, for your presentation. And now it's time for the last one. Is Catherine Cassidy, Virtual Museum of the Caribbean.
There we go.
All right, hold on. I will share my screen and I will be concise. I also have to leave at the end of the day now. Give me 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay.
So take into account that we need some minutes at the end to, if someone want to ask some questions, Catherine?
Yeah, just from brief questions, or we can collect them and send them. I know there's been some questions going on throughout the day for maybe some of the presenters that spoke but had to leave. It might be pertinent to them. So can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I have two monitors, so I was just making sure that it was going to the right one. My name is Catherine Ann Cassidy. I am a research fellow at the University of St. Andrews with Open Virtual Worlds in the School of Computer Science. I'll be seeing hopefully some of you in person next week. I also work as the Digital Skills Officer for Curating, which is a membership organization that aggregates digital media, specifically archaeology and built heritage, to Europeana, which Europeana is EU's digital heritage repository. So I'm going to talk to you about a slightly, I'll say, a foundational project. So the Virtual Museum of Caribbean Migration and Memory was a digital output of a physical and traveling exhibition called Enigma of Arrival, the Politics and Poetics of Caribbean Migration to Britain, detailing the stories of people who emigrated from the Caribbean to England aboard the HMT Empire Windrush, which the exhibition itself was also an output of the EULAC Museums project, which was a Horizon 2020 project the university was a partner in. The virtual museum was in collaboration with the University of West Indies and the Barbados Museum and Historical Society, and Kay was involved, and who designed and developed the main exhibition, but it also hosted the exhibition panels and was integral in organizing the traveling bit of the exhibition. So this particular virtual museum is pertinent as a digital tool and infrastructure for community-led exhibiting and curation for climate action because of its original motivations, which are relative to the current climate emergency and its impact on communities and heritage. It also played a part in my doctoral research, which helped define strategies for community museums to use, specifically 3D digitization as a method for preservation and promotion of heritage under threat, which climate change, diaspora, and disconnection of heritage being considered threats, and virtual museums as an infrastructure to help with curation and knowledge exchange. So if you would like to find out more about the development of the virtual museum, the exhibition, and its innovations, it was just recently published in a book chapter published by AVICOM and Routledge called Communities and Museum in the 21st Century, Shared Histories and Climate Action. So the book online is fully open access, so it's free to download and to read online. And I can post the link to that in the chat after my presentation. So I mentioned motivations for this virtual museum and exhibition. We early on recognized that the topic of migration is a global theme, and it can highlight both benefits to the receiving localities as well as the challenges to communities of those left behind. Another motivator was the lack of comprehensive migration resources. Although the topic is present in museums and archives worldwide, it was a challenge to get a sense of resources available in a single location. And finally, with new methods of presenting data, a more immersive, personalized, and emotive digital experience could be available to online-only audiences, granting greater accessibility, which was crucial for the Caribbean, where travel of visitors and of traveling exhibitions can be cost prohibitive. So we were already developing virtual museum infrastructures through the EULAC Museums project, but as this one was in its initial development, we wanted to create a dialogue between museums, heritage organizations, and digital heritage professionals, those in the Caribbean or maybe in more remote locations and maybe eco-museums, to gain a better understanding of the issues in which a virtual museum could address or potential challenges in which to implement them, and then also possible strengths, which having one could benefit an existing heritage organization. So an integral step of understanding the capacity of a virtual museum was found through a roundtable held during the Museum Association of the Caribbean annual conference back in 2018. Was in Barbados. And the panel was a mix of heritage professionals and digital heritage professionals to discuss how new media can help create and archive digital heritage and support mixed media presentations. And what we discovered was that a virtual museum is in a unique position to offer local communities as well as regional and international audiences access to and including museum collections and narratives. And part of then was finding out the requirements needed specifically for a pan-Caribbean virtual museum resource, that it needed to include community-sourced content and narratives. It was be able to access and create beyond the walls of a museum, and that there was guidance in uses of commodity hardware to create new digital content. So the design of the resource for Enigma needed user journeys to include exploration and understanding of the historical communities involved, where in the world the events took place, why it was a significant part of the history, and the human element, the human connection. So with both the findings from the roundtable motivators and the motivators for the exhibition, curators from the Barbados Museum implemented a community practice approach, which Kay mentioned before as part of their practice just across the board now at their museum for co-curating content for the exhibition. Also a community peer review system, and then sustainable exchanges of content between museums and communities. So the virtual museum supported this by facilitating upload of community migration stories, whether it was related to Windrush or not, which were then added with coordinates of origin and destination to be visualized on the VM's mapping interface. So yeah, there we go. And supporting media could be included and uploaded, which could include images, video, audio, 3D objects, which could be uploaded or pulled from existing archives to supplement the anecdotal stories of people within the community or broader stories of migration and disbursement. Also, more immersive interactions were able to be created, including virtual tours, and uploaded and viewed, as well as a mobile smartphone app was developed to support immersive viewing of those tours and of 3D objects that were created for the exhibition. Let's see. Oh, yeah. And that's how it appeared on the map, your story and your origin and destination points. Oh, okay. I think I hid one of my pages, but some of those 3D models I was just linking to were produced through the EDULAC Museum project, but also subsequently through an initiative called the 3D Summer Intensive, which was developed through the museum. We helped with the technology and teaching part of it, but was designed to be designed and implemented by the museum, but specifically for young people in the community. And I'll kind of come back to that. So how does this virtual museum infrastructure, which was not developed directly for climate action, actually help museums and heritage organizations in their efforts for climate action and mitigation, and also become a platform to help mobilize museums to communicate and engage audiences about climate futures? So using the pathways opened because of the project, the discussions during and after the exhibition, and the roundtable evaluation of how virtual museums can be digital mediators, we can easily connect the topics of migration and the topic of climate change, especially since migration can be a massive consequence of changing environmental conditions. And as a core motivation, the exhibition and the virtual museum were platforms for community intervention and finding new perspectives to historical narratives, which then was part of interrogating the accepted narratives and shift the lens to more underrepresented groups, which is paramount to connecting the big picture action, which Henry said all the way in the beginning this morning, to local climate planning, and can facilitate that community participation, collaboration, and co-production. And as an online open digital resource. It allows for transnational cooperation where heritage organizations can come together in a united front, as opposed to competing for better social good, irregardless of where they are in the world. The virtual museum is all based on an archive system with data entry, upload, and linking to larger repositories. So it supports efforts of campaigns and community-led activities such as citizen science and data mapping for varied visualizations and digitization. It can utilize community as digital producers by surveying available skills and train additional digital skills using heritage as a medium for learning, which is I quickly mentioned about the 3D summer intensive, was that a lot of those young people and early career people were not heritage people, but they were using heritage as a medium for learning 3D digitization and other curatorial skills, but that could be applied to other sectors in the field. And creating these pathways then allows museums to tap into the local community and ancestral knowledge for understanding mitigation, adaptation, and restoration of environments in relation to those environmental events in practice. And finally, it allows digital assets to be pulled together and curated together for richer, more emotive experiences, which we saw earlier with immersive visualizations, which you wouldn't be able to do if they weren't digitally accessible and in a single location, all found together. So that's my presentation. I will put some links in the chat of the virtual museum, of the book chapter. Trying to think of anything else, but yes, I will put that in there. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Catherine. And now we are asking people if they have some questions for our speakers. Is there any question? Not in the place prepared for questions in the platform.
I have a question for Catherine. That's okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, Catherine, for the presentation. And it really made me think. I mean, what you said. You said that migration was going to be connected to climate change, and I thought about that as, of course, a historical event, but not a current event. So thank you for pointing that out. I was wondering if you would like to share something else. I mean, how do you think migration can be connected to climate change? But I am talking about now, but not hypothetical in the future, but now, because I see migration more connected to state violence and wars and that sort of crisis. So, but thank you so much for pointing that out. Make lots of sense to me, though. So, but I have never thought about that before as a current issue.
Well, and certainly it's I think it's most pertinent in places that are low-lying, as in for sea rise levels, and also then with heat. With Ibrahim talking about, going back to kind of the housing structure to mitigate the heat and keeping people cool. And who was it this morning? Was it Jenny that said about this morning, early afternoon, that said about heat being the #1 killer of people? That's an environmental change. We've done a lot of work in Scotland where we have a set of islands out on the west coast that are incredibly low-lying and are the first at risk for becoming waterlogged, for flooding. And so that means not only a risk to the people who live there, but it's their cultural heritage as well. And they're threatened anyway because they speak Gaelic, which is a language that is not well spoken other than in some of those localities in Scotland. And so that's also, I think that's kind of relative to many places, many island places. And so that's a connection with the Caribbean, but then also in Pacific Islands where we've already lost some islands. So there will be movements of people and displacements of people as a potential future. And that links to a diaspora, and then that links to loss of cultural heritage, just because you're having to move from your cultural landscape and adapt to something new, it's a transitional thing, and you take some things with you, but it's not, there will be loss. So yeah, there is definitely a connection. And so it's, with this virtual museum already, that one specifically, and that one was designed and deployed quite a few years ago, but it happened with that exhibition right when COVID was happening as well, which a threat of that indirect loss of heritage was so pertinent, where we couldn't, you couldn't physically access museums. So it kind of proved resilient in that way. So then now, and how Kevin mentioned the new Dace project that we're involved in, that foundation of that virtual museum infrastructure and foundation is like it's the fifth down the line, because we realize that that structure can help do all the things that are more accessible and kind of create access to and promote conversation and promote collaboration with community. It's not an answer to everything, but it's a platform to mediate.
So we have a question from Lara Corona. It's for Kevin. What is the function of storage in the gardens?
Yes, I answered her there written. It was to store the vegetables. Since they are earth cellars under the buildings, they have a constant cool temperature during the whole year, relatively constant. So you can store all the potatoes, the onions, and all that during the freezing winters here.
Okay, and we have another question for Steph, for all speakers in general. So with all amazing projects, this amazing project, how we can, as a professional, reach all audiences? What do you believe is the best method to reach the public and let them know about these projects that are happening? It's a general question.
Very good question.
Yeah.
Very broad.
Do I say the dreaded social media?
See, the question is, which is the best method, or which are the methods? Can you read it again?
But I think that it's from
section.
It's a very good question from Steph about what.
Yeah,
I don't see it. Sorry.
In the questions and answers.
Sorry.
Let's see. I'm trying to. I have a question.
Okay, I got it.
The best method to reach the public.
Yeah, I'm reading it now.
All audiences, what you believe the best method to reach the public and let them know.
Yeah.
I would.
You can start, Kevin, and then later Ximena, and then it's another question from Sophie Walker.
Yeah. I think it's both a combination of. It's varied. I think it's a variation of different methods, and it's both a combination of being open to a dialogue, and I think that people can sense that when you're open, when a project is really open for a dialogue. And so it's a combination of that, of communicating with a web page, going out actively to workshops, knowing which people might be interested, which groups of people might be interested, And then it's also, as I was saying, a combination of people also start reaching you, you know, because the word starts spreading. So I think a combination of workshops, social media is very, very useful to generate a bigger spread. But I think also just having this open attitude, I think that also increases a lot the amount of people that start reaching you. That's based on our experience. And it's a slow process sometimes. It has to, it takes time, right? It's yeah.
But I think also it may be it's going to be a best combination of methods.
Yes.
You know, social media is good for reaching lots of people, but immersive things are good for helping people understand an experience. Reading a book is good for getting a sort of in-depth knowledge and understanding. So I think that
yes,
it's important to use all methods available, full spectrum, or as Malcolm X said, by any means necessary.
Yes.
And regarding the same question, to reach all audiences, it's important to have someone in the team that change the language and that manages the different options in terms of communication. So that is not as easy as it seems, because this is about, if you want to reach all audiences, you need to adjust to the aesthetic attractions and to the language of different audiences to get to all audiences. So I think interpretation, correct interpretation, and it's a challenge. Not to minimize the problem, neither the project, but also to convey them in a friendly way to reach everybody. So there are experts, though. I mean, younger is very much an expert, a natural expert, but you need to have that sort of action in your teamwork in order to reach all audiences. Someone who is responsible of that, of adjusting the languages.
I'd like to add to that, if it's okay, as well, that I think a part of how you reach your audiences, and it's going to sound obvious, but it's about who your audiences are. And that doesn't necessarily just mean who they are now, but it can do. So one of the things that we see organizations doing quite a lot is assuming that their audience now is the only audience they'll ever have, or at the other end of the spectrum, focus only on the audiences that they want and the ones that they want to grow, at the expense of their closest supporters and the people who've loved them for years. So, for example, we tried during our Green Verdant Works project really, really hard to engage with the people that we already have, who it could have been quite easy for us to rule out on the basis of, well, they might not be interested in climate change, or they might have political opinions about it, because the majority of our really close supporters of the museum at Verdant Works were older people who may have had links to the sort of jute industry, or had lived experience of life in the mills, that sort of thing. But we actually decided we're not going to make those assumptions. We're actually going to go to them and just pitch it as we would to any other audience, but listen to them about it and sort of see how they understood the relevance and whether they had questions, and be there to answer that. And that was game changing, because they were way more on board than we quite, presumptuously had thought they might be. So if we had eliminated them, if we'd have assumed that they wouldn't be interested, we'd have made a terrible mistake. And then at the other end of that spectrum, I think something we've been trying hard to do as well is not assume that we're too small to have the ear of larger organizations as well. So don't assume that you can't get involved with policymakers as an audience. You know, you have a voice, you are a civil society organization or an academic organization in a world that is run by governments. So you know, as those organizations, you have the right to have the ear of those organizations as well.
Any more questions?
To add to the answer that she gave just now, I would also say that it's participating in events like this. Barbados is a very small country, and even, you know, in a very small Caribbean, just a little zit on the face of North America, or I should say Central America. But when we participate in things like this, that's how people, especially international audiences, learn about what we're doing.
Yes, of course. Okay. So if there is not any more questions, thank you very much for your participation. Maybe Alan or Michael, the AVICOM president, want to close the event?
I can close it by saying, Michael, if you're here, then you do it. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, you cannot see my, the house has stopped. Oh, I can start my video. So, okay. Yes, I think it's your turn, Alan, to say the last words. By my impression, we had very, very good and interesting events today. We had very helpful exchange of experiences, of projects, and concerning to the question how to reach the audience. I think we can only go step by step. Of course, you can use social media. We can use the AVICOM website. Of course, we should make a report for and sending it to AVICOM. Maybe it could be useful if we collect the contributions of our workshop and publish a summary of publishing results of this workshop. But we should not dream. If we use different channels for the publication of that what we have done today and what we will do in the future, only very few people will see our work and will follow our work. It is very important that each institution cooperates with their own community to cooperate with the public, with the groups you have cooperated with in the past. And I think, that could be one step to the next step, not more. I would like to thank you all for your very, very good presentations. And Alan, thanks to you of this workshop, and you should say the last words. I say goodbye and stay healthy.
I say thank you to everybody for coming to the workshop, but really also for bringing to the workshop the experiences that you do, because I get the feeling that a lot of people are starting to figure out what it is possible to do and how to go about doing it. And I think that, you know, if something like this, and the challenge in the future is, I think, is to try and share those solutions and that understanding which has been developed or has been developing over the last 6 months with as many people and institutions as possible to sort of replicate that, these sort of experiences that have been going on in Dundee and Barbados and Mexico and West Africa. So for those reasons, I find this the experience of this workshop for me. I feel myself leaving it with more energy and enthusiasm than I came to it with, and therefore, for me, that is the sort of measure of success, and I hope you feel the same way. AVICOM is a great organisation. Feel free to join it if you're not already a member of it. I suppose the real measure of success will be if we have more climate action taking place after the workshop than before it. So I very much hope to do so, and I'm involved in putting together an application to the Horizon Europe for doing these sorts of things, and so we hope that people involved in the workshop will be involved in one way or another in supporting that, along with whatever other initiative there are. So I think we just need to support each other going forward, and hopefully, we have a world to win. Let's try and make sure that we save it.